Order.
O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work to benefit all of our people for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Oh.
Housing na munakri kalang nektok. Iglunik munakri. Okat una tutkikarnet kagat. Okat kanak nako kinyak lui kanak New Road. Government Canada mi kanak tap got ikayu Road kanak okakte. Hukiuni pi hihamani tabra habak paralak tong aglan. Okot kanok tau chikun katimagalwak taut tap tumik nga Sean Fraser mutun. Michael McLeod tam na habak dot Canada mkavamani. Okot katimag kapta federal government tun. Lu tap got Canada mkavamangit. Tau chimun tau chimun tabra malagotaliwak taut. Oka una ubanga tabra minhi taurunga tap kununa iglunik munakri 6 million tabra tap got kanak tutkikarnek luidi iglut tabra tap tabra tain I truly got $6 million. Housing in WT tamna iglunik kami on munakri 5 million tun hamma pekaligin yakot kanok ato nak ato nak kanok leka tutkikarluit tap got inuit inuving Nordic Arms tamna Housing Corp tabra pinyeligit kait tap got kanok tap got adoktot how iglunik noon nek tutabrunga Nordic Arms niktai tamna iglok pak kanok tap got iglunik habak to kama tabra kanok leka ikayo nek sunga tap kununa tap kununga adoktot iglunik tap got tabra habak parak about the para loait tap got kanok igluni adoktot kanok tinyak tot kanok nakokinyak kangay tapkot igluni tot. Ukot tabra ikayokluit inyo tapkot kanukam manigitchonik kanok leka ikayok nakluit tapkot inyit. Ukot tabra kanok federal government kanok hakukta habaktot tabra taiguligit kitka. Ikayok mata government federal government. Canada government. Ukot tabra housing corporation niktay hugay tabra damna kanok kayo hurut kanok kayo niya hurut tabra inyong nagkatapkot manigitchot nagalunin ay mabichot tabra tapkot atuktot iglunik kanok tabra kakte ukot kanok leka ikayok nakluit tapkot atong mata iglunik tabra ikayok nakluit tap tayo na habaktok tunga koyanak Health and Social Services na ukot kanok ukot
Northwest Territories. The Health and Social Services system has a range of options to help Northerners recover their health and well-being. I'm going to summarize a few of those options that have taken shape in the 19th Assembly.
hunigla ka tuktot tayo na tabra substance abuse ni tayo hugay tabra kanok leka ikayok na ligit kahit ukot kanok ukakadivlugit nagalunin kanok leka ikayok nakluit ukot tabra tapkot 6 nika pekaktuit tapkot kanok ikayok nakluit ininik tapkot inyuit tabra tapkot inyuro tayo na hoklunik pi ay atoktot
22 Auditor General's recommendations.
tabra atok ikayok nakpiak lugit tapkot inyuit tabra hoklunik atoktot kanok tabra ikayok naklugit kanok leka iglunik luit nagalunin kanok ikayok luit o kautav luit kanok ikayok nepiak luit tamna uktonak isagutirok tamna puplaluk mga manin man kanok lekay kayong nakay tapkot kanok atoktot tayo na hinik kanok pingahonik tabra ato na kanok kayo na kutak ikayokonat tapkot programs nagtayhugay tapkot kan ikayokonat kanok Ukwat tabra habak parakalok tugut aglan habang nakhuli habang naktukhuli kanok kanok habang niyak alawa ikput aglan ila ni apernak hehurok aglan uktok tugut habak parak tugut tay na kwat ikayor na aklugit tapkot aklung nikpi atoktot kanok tapkot tabra kayanak
Kaya tamat ko nga okalaw tila kaptiut. Una hawak pangnik, minihitaw roak, munakri roak. Tabra ukwat tamat ko din na ang alatsinyak tamat ko nga apkotek pangnik, nagalunin, mitsakwinnik. Tabra tay na tabra klichomi, tab tuma klichut kut apkotek pangat. 97 tun ungahik tilanga tab tuma. Tabra lutay na ilihimarugut tay tamat ko din na inawar ni ito at kano kakitsoko ting tamat ko inyune ako tikrat. Tabra tap ko apkotek pait isumalugit kibut tay na habaw takaligit kibut tay na ukiupa huguruk umani habakapta. Tabra tamat ko na apkotek pait tamani Mackenzie Valley mi tamat ko na apkotek pakakto tabra tamat ko mula kaligit kibut na tutrikakluit Igilaw takubluit tamat ko takraligak takto tamani apkotek pangni. Tabra tam na tay na tamat ko din na pitkuraw rugut tay na kanok ang alatsi rit ubagut kanoluit tamat ko din na iniliok tat na iniliok ko ting tay na tabra tamat ko nga habagaktut. Tabra tay na taramik na ukiumi pinakami na atuakranik apkotek pangnik tamat ko ki tamani na utek takavit tamat ko din iswak din ni akluit avan mon na atuakrat ukiumi nagaluni pinakami ataw chikun tay na ataramik tay na atuakrakalawabut. Tawak tamat ko nga na ataramik tay na at tamat ko at $40 million yung atok tu tamat ko din na mitsakwik pait Mike Group kom mitsakwik inyuving mi tabra tap ko din na tutkikamik kawat ukwap tawak akapili kak tugut tamat ko nga iluwak tiniak tuanik na mitsakwik pait. Tabra lutay na tay wangay na habaw takarakiga. Tabra tam na ataramik atok tuakakigat utek takapirakigat apkotek pak. Tabra tap ko at habak tit tap ko tabra itay na Havauttaqiliginniaqaat illuattun. Tavraluttaitna herivamin taitna qilamik matkuat aullartittiq tattinna anniarvingnun aullartirtiqtat qilamerloquting tavertamatkuataitna illuatun havauttaqiliginniaqaat taamna apquteq pait taaptuminga taitna haperraqajaqtut tabra uvagut kavamauruagut taitnat tamatkuat havauttaqivlugit tabralut taitna tamatkuninga kuugauranik na isimagili kitka tamatkuat tabralu herevam na tulagavia ilyutanga tabralaptaartavutamna ilitsoqigia na aullartitaarmatigit inuit na tamatkuat munaqillautarlugit imaq munaqivlugu naagaluuni tamatkuat apqutit naagaluuni tamatkuatit na anmuktaarlugit na inuuniarutingit ikaqqaaqlugu una Northwest Territories ni tabratamna ilitsoqiligit tikputtaapkuat qanoriqajorniarlugit loqaannikataullugit tabrani Northwest Territories miittuat pilariitkaqqianarpak una pulaartinik munaqriguuluarmini hitauroq tabraukkuat hivulleq una matkuat Northwest Territories ni ilihimarugut
and we wanted to make sure that we were getting as much value out of every dollar.
tamatkuat na kinyarat matkuat qanoq angalarutibut naagaluunin tamatkununga aichuutigiraarlugit na munaqit quvlugit qanoq angalarutitigun hivunniorutitigun taapkua qanorlugit taitna ikayortarlugit kiuvagut taitna iloqata qanoq tabrani na hivunniorvikpangmi tamatkuat piiguumangit kivut tamatkualuit na kinyaranik qanoq angalarutingit NWTMI tamatkuating miktigun havaaligit na ili tamatkuat havauttaqaligit kivut taitna kavamauruat taitna atautsikuorruta tamatkuattut qikkaaneelagitsaqivut Northwest Territories mi tabra pingahuni ukiuni tamanna akitsuligitsoq naagaluunin qutsikkiligitsoq tabraluptaortaitna qanoq tamatkuat ilihimagivut tamaani tabra taamna pianikkuptigu hivunniorutikput taamna isagutirarput piuptigu naagaluuni piharuptigu maani Northwest Territories ni tamatkuaptaaq angalatsiruat havaktuat tamat iloqating taitna malerutaliaqaarmiut taitna havauttagramiññik ikaqqaarlugu mannakavamauruatit na qanoq angalaruutingit taitna itkivut uqarti tamatkuatit na uktoqaagrauarluavutit na uktoqaanikkuptigitaahit taitna ilitsoqiniartugut qanoq taamna angalarutikput illuarmagaan tabralaptoortabua taamna qilaminiaq isummatigaptigu hivunniorutiigaptigu tabra iliiriinnagutikapta tabra taamna isummatigirariikput tabralu taitna ikayuutilu taakavamauruallu uvagullu Northwest Territories ni matkuat havaktingit Kinyarangi tait na mani inyuneripting ni aulaktakongit luwit kinyarani kitna ingmiktikun havalik.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken in this House many times about the
Ukota kanoka ukaralang neligit kiga tap kota kanoka kanoka chokinyak luit kanoka munakrinyak tota kanoka has andarving mi kanokonek pat nakokanyak u kanoka munari kamiding munari kamidung tap kotinyuit got kanoka tamna Canadian healthcare system migday right munakrihuro tinyung nig annertonik kanoka tamna tutkikarne agalorait tap got kanok got pharmacy migday hugait kanok kanok ikayuinyak tot kanokat neaktonik kapivlugit kanoka tutkikarne ikayornaklugit tap ko inuit kanoka ikayornakirut tap ko inuit mani nunapting ne kanoka kanoka ikayornakigalora tap ko inuit tap annertot nagalumunin dakangit annertot munakri nakigalorait ukot tap got kanoka tap got ikayurot tutkikarnak kigalak tutkuyanak tabatamino kalang nertok kuyanak ukot una ukarilang naria affirmative action policy they could kanoka tutkikarnerluit tap got havang nertot tangungit chotinyut ikayornerluit tap got ukot kanoka havak taver pukuk havang nertonik kanoka tamna tutkikarnak kigalo tuk kanoka pinyak tot ukot nyuit havang nertot mani kanoka manin on ngitchut aglan habak tutaina tabang harokay leading habak harawurut kanoka tap ko tatu kanoka tap ko ikayornak ikayoru ikayoru right tap ko nyuit habang nertot mani nunapting ne kanok ikayornerluit habak torurut action policy that were tap got kanok tangungit chot inuit ikayornerluit tain habak tinnerluit kanok mani tabra kanok habak tinnerluit ikayorneraloit ka aglan tap got mani itot 10 ukini Tapkot itqagiinaqtortauq tapkot maaniittuat tendun maani ukiuni ukot maaniittuat ikajornartutaaq oqaiffaarniariga taamna qanoqqa ikajornartuaq inyungnik qiyanaq mamfuimin qaqti August 28, 2023 taamna ukota ikollaqpaurarmata qanoqqa taamna qanoqqa taina qanoq taamna havauttariligitkaa taamna qanoqqa ikajorniarlugitinuit taapkot qanoqqa haullartitat qanoq emergency response niktahugaita qanoqqa ikajornarqigait taapkot taapkot hampeqniarqipayallaktuat qanoqqa taamna ikollakpaurarmata qanoqqa taapkotinuit maanga qanoqqa qanoqqangiqqilayat taniktun qanoqqa ikayuginniliginiait taapkot qanoqqa aullartitat taapkot qanoqqa qanoqtaat qanoqqaat aullarmata qanoq kota ukio taamna qaigaluartuaq pigaluariga taamna emergency act niktaihugay taamna qanoqqa ikajornarta taapkunnanik aullartittat inauranin taapkot taina havangmatatavra taapkot ikajornartut anua qaffaavikkaluartu qiyanaq oqaffaarniartoqna mampuimin ukota qanoqqa piñaangitkaa taamnamulavataliuq taapkot ukota taamna qanoqqa ikajornaqqigaitinguit taapkot taniktun kanqilailla taapkot aullartitat qiyanaq teichomin qallanniartoq
It helps to ease my mind for the time being. Housing of residents is a major issue.
Uqaallanniat kauqarigililaqarit tabarlu qanoqikayoqaivati tamatkuat mikiluani inarani ittuat naagaluni matkunani inaqpangni ittuat ulu Saks Harbor ulu Haqtuq taapkot qanoq ikayoqaivatigit ilulaqarit Tawakilitsakikkamut matkunang nalagto ako ta nutakakakto di lokating nutakaligit. Tam na iglulakiro at tamatkot muna kaya kirakalawangit. Ukakti 100% ang kapamadukot ay tsakakiyat ato hranginyik.
Out in November 2021, there was a very short window to get the application.
Tamatkop taktabra na iglokawag to at tayo na aglaktanik pihuk taminyik. Pilyaninyik tamat kuning aglaktanik pikakating pilaychut. Tayo nalo tabra ilokate na isang matikira kay butamatkot. Igluilyok tuat. Ing mika ilokak to ako ming. Tap ko tabra igluilyok tuat inyugas kak to tao na ni Beaufort region mi tao na ni pavanit chingisami tao na ni Kihani.
I had conversations with the CMHC representative regarding the
Tamat ko up to verse 8. Tamat ko ilulakiri ni habaktot. Ukaw tikap ki tamat ko nga. Ako panak to nga. Nagaktungin pat nga inuit ukapalaw to nga. Kuyanak ukakte. Tabalo tamat ko na iglulakiri awak to tamat ko na ni. Tabarap tamat ko alata kalani tay na iglulakiri ati kun ukakatigim mikat ka. Tam na tabara kawra ka na yakalawak tilong at tabara tam na kanok nupayangit kat. Hibun munin na awlakirangit kat. Tamat ko tabra na sumati kapti tayo na hibun mularot. Ilit tsarip kailigit kan nga tap to mga kihunon ilit tsarikrat matkot nagalun na ikayok tikrat. Kuyanak. Tabra uwa 22 no kiri tabra utakirak to nga. Ikpakakto na rakakto nga tamat ko nga na isuangin chuanik tamat ko na ni malakotalenik. Tabra tayo na malakotakraliyo kalawakaktut. Tabra langok milakayatam na nutangok lugutam na malakotalenik rakting. Tamat kaptawkit na unitat inuit ato kakluit tamat ko niba kuting nunamik tamat ko ato kakluit unitakangit tamat ko na huakaloluit niya kiraktot tamane nunapting ni 160 tamat ko tayo na tunagalan 340, 363 tamat ko na atoktat nagalunin unitat na kakayura kalugit inyong nun ilitsakap kalugit pingin migay.
It's not clear why it is okay to expose Yellowknife residents to 3 times more arsenic than those who live outside. Perhaps the detail are in those documents that were only
Huinyanikut unikirakay unitsakiraktut tamanga na huakralong unitsak kaming tamratakto ko na ilangit tayo na unitsakiraktut na lupkaktiluta. Tamat ko tabra malako talaga lioktit ilitsuqaakraqaluangat ilitsuqipkaaikraqaluangat tainna illuatunahin iñuuniaquktuat na inuitit na eqqingaaqutiŋ tainna pilakraagialluaqaatuna qianarpak unaatsuuni teivula teimiñuqallalagneertoq qianaqoqarti tavaunaqai himullermi uqarik raqa tamatkuap tavatanngungitsuat innak tava government Northwest Territories ni tainna 1960 ni tava tamatkuat inna aullartitaqlugit ilihariartartuat tamatkuap taaqi illiaqilmiruat tainna uvlumikihanik inna ilihariartalerlugit tamatkuahuli tainna una hivullereqqaarlugu aullartitaqlugit nutaqqatangitna ilihariartartuat matkuap tauq tainna ilangittauq uvlumikihanik inna ilihariartartuat ilihimagait tainna tamatkuat kaalliuruat tainna hiñikkitna nappailaqaligitsut aippaani 369 tut kiaqilihimagitka tamatkunani na tamatkuat inna matkuat munaqirakrarigaluaqai tangungitsuat nutaqqat tainna ilihaqqimaruat April 1st 1960 tamatkuningai nautiqtitsiniarnivlugit kiiñauranikka na aitsortarniarnivlugit pikkangit tamatkuat aimavinginñin piiqtitarlugit nutaqqat ilihariartartuat tavaptauq tainna hinik tampailarartuat inna tavaukuat inna pitqugaluartinnagit uvamnin uvapkun tainna pitqugaluartinnagit taamna itqagillaqqaarlugit naagaluunni tamatkuat inna ilihariartartuat tavauqappaalaguktunga naagaartungit pannga naagaartungitkat tavauqappaalagniartoq tamatkuat ilihaarvingnik tamatkuninga ilihaarvingnik na angalatsiruat uqarippaalagniat katavit unitkivut tainna havangniaqaluartillugit tamatkuap tauq tainna malerutaliaqqartut malerutaliakun naaga nalu qutsikkivlugu uqaqqitaaarniq tamanna pilarigaat taamatkunani tainna qagivlugi tamatkuat nutaqqatin nailihaartartuat ilaqata tainna makitata tautsimuk luuta maani Northwest Territories ni naikayutita qianaq Unai Hayre for South Me qianaqoqarti sisamani ukiuni tabra isaagunngarunga uvani havakkimarunga hivunniortuanun illitserip tabra quyage pialaliitkaukuat tabra uvuk erniaqalu tainna tamatkuatit na ikayoq paurautingannik uamnun isumaurakaktunga kanok tamatkuatit na ikayo nekkabutit na hibunneokutikikabut taberlutait na pinyaqanakalugit inuit pilluatakalugit taberlutait na inyuneaqqimalugut taberluptaaqtait na ilitseqipkaq qugaluaqat kamatkuatit na piaqluktaqalugit inuit pingitsugut eloqainnik tamatkuatit na taapkuatit na ubunga isaqaluaqnak taberlutait na tamatkuatit na munaqillautaqaniq pillautaqaniq iloqainnik tamatkuat piqpakkuntauq ilisaqaluaqqa ubungatait na tamatkuatit sumagilakraqagaluaq taberluptauq tamani minihitat matkuatit na uqaqqatigikapkit taberluptauq qeruramintait na quyailigitsaqiitka taberlutait na tunagilaanit na sisamani ukiunitait na ikayuliginñapkiq uqaqti taberilluqainniktait na atauhimmala matkunani na habaktuami munaqiniaqaqigait tamatkuat inaurani ilihaqtuat tamatkuninga iloqainnik ataulugit hunaleqa tutqiktinniaqaqigaat inauramingni taberluptauq tamatkuatit na nutqaqtinniagitkaatin tamatkuatit na isummatait na uqaqti taberoqallaaffauorlunga tamatkuatit naagaangitpannga uqaffaallarniartunga uqaffaallarisiit naagaartingikkaatan uqaqti taberukuat una ensemble tabertaamna quyagiliitkiga ikayormangait na habaktigivlugu sisamaniukiunitaap taberni tait na ikayortaligitkaanga taber quyaqpauraliitkiga quyanaqpauraqeriver quyanaaqiga
Member statements, member.
Grace Levino qallagniartoq quyanaq qanoqa havautti havautti kap
I feel as if he engaged on the criteria
havaktot qanoqa taapkut havautti kapti taapkut qanoqa ukuat innitabra ukuat qanoqa ukuat apqutit nakoqqineqqigaluartut taapkut qanoqa taapkut yiharmingmittuat qanoqa taapkut innuita igilunik atoqtuat nagalunin peqaqtuat qanoqa soqqinaqqigaluarai taapkut qanoqa taapkut innuuniartuat nutaqqat iharaniartuat aikaming tabra painit tabrani iglurami minnequt qanoqtai tutqikkarnaqqigaluaq taapkut innuuniartuat iharaniartuat tabra tainna qanoqa qarillugu taamna qanoqa tutqikkarnaqqiluq qanoq maanga taaptum iharnaq qigaluartut paani taapkut qoruqqa tabra taunanga haqaruk aullaq aullarlutinga ihariaruulut aglaan tabra tam na okarigalwaki tam na kanok ilihak nakigalwak tut mani taptumi college nik tahugay dilihakavik pagka kanok nudakat mani sluting hogok mani ilihakaniaktot. Kuyanak. Yellowknife North. Kuyanak. Tapgot Service Canada tabra habaktot tayo na kanok ikayu luting luting kanok lihimawtot humik Canada kabamangin kanok tap kunung pihurut tam na service GNWT kanok ikayu niya tot kanok lekha tap kot ikayu hurut kanok yung nikat pihuk tot humig lekha kanok tap kot pinyak tot tabra kihuligitut kanok pinyak tot tap kot kanok pinyak tot tabra ikayu lugit ikayu konak kiligait tap kot kanok kot kanok kayo nakigay tap kot kabamat tautsikun habang nakirut ta kaglan kanok leka habak tot mani uvani kabamani tamda tabra tautsimung nakiru hi habag niakto hi tautsikun kuyanak. Ninak put me kalang niyak. Uvlupak kot kanok tap kot ukakaligin niya kot kanok ikayu rot inyong nik kanok habang niyakalak to daglan habaichit haba got kanok inyuy tayo mabimni got kanok ECNE tabra habak to tayo na ay mabimni kanok ikayu hurot inyong tayo na hapek tot kanok inyuy nermik tabra hapek tot tayo na ikayu hurot tam na income support mik tayo hugay tayo na kanok ikayo nakigalwakay inyuy kanok inyuy niaktot. Kanok tam na paglalong anyaron kanok kanokotay na inyo nektar inyo kanok tabra ikayo nakigay inyo kanokulaka ikayo nakigay inyo tabkota inyo nektar kanokulaka hukot kanokam nutakayita ikayo huruta ikayo nekluting kanokulaka iliptingnik kanoka tapkot kanoka ikayo nakigay tapkot inyuita hapernyakiyurak inyu kuyanak kot habagkaloktot mga mani government kanok habagkaloktot aglan kot kanok land claims nikta hugay tap tot bekakalokto daglan pinya kanok tapkot pinyak tot iglunik tapkot kanok ukot dabra himmirnyak tot nakokinyak tot aglan tapkot ubaptok iglunik habaktot dabra tabra housing kanok tapkot iglulit kanok ikayo nakiri tapkot hogok do nudakangit nakura kaninyo niya nakirit kuyanak tapkot taka habaktot tapkot health authority migday huay dugot tutkan inyong nika ikayo'y hurat tayo na dugot una mga apakruy urat pinya kaming aglan kanok tutkikanak kalokay tapkot kanok inyunek tot kuyanak oh
amazing individuals.
okay itkarin lang barbtetso itkarin lang na itka barbtetso tam for time malinya ko Sarah Lenny tam naptak kanok habak parakto time taba ni Fort Simpson mi aglan habak para kami iliharanek iliharil hublo ni kanok tabra go katbakata tem taiko para go kanyuita ikayurot Good paningaptok tam na nako habag para nako kanolika nakuro kun ibun niyo ka duni kuyanak Yellowknife Center kalang nekta o kakte. Una it kagil lang niya kita. Jaren Chocolate. Mackenzie ha yakalaya. Mga ikayoy hurot mani igilok pakpang mi. Kaya nakpara kay kafe ikayok luta. Shantiin taber tak. Yellowknife Center tam na habang nekok taber. Janice McKenna tak Taikok Barak. Don Babby and Audrey Henderson tap got Kaika Fit Taikok Barak. Great Slave Huna. Rihanna Ackerman O'Connor Tabra Ika Yuraka Ika Yoktok Mani. Page Nigday Hugay Ika Yurot Nitakat. Kayanak. Trinidad Willie I've got Lee Mandeville Kaika Fit Kamanga Kayanak. Page Kayanak. Satumin kalang nekot. Jalen Cadet. Nafia Takasong Tapgot. Teresa Echanelli, Sarah Cleary, Daigok Barakag, Amanita Kapi, Ikayu Kapi, Ikayu Kapi, Mani, Inyong Nig, ay gilok pakpang miuna, kaya nak. David Wisilcher, Daigok Barakag Kavit, Sean Dean Tau. Daikok Barak Kaikavit. Kayanak. Yellowknife North. Four Yellowknife pages Tavia. Liam Kinkin, Sack, Mandeville, Zula Ray, Kaya. Little Kim Wickens, Tapgot, Ikayu right, Pages Nick Dahugay, Ikayu right, Nitakat Mani. Kayanak. Tapgot, Holy Zot, we've got Taikok Baraka Mani, Ikayu Fluton, Audrey Henderson, Tapgot, Taikok Barak Mani. Ikayo Kabit. Wampuemin kala. Kaya naka itkagil lang na ka Tito Jonas Lafferty and Mary Sandberg of Dada. Sarah Gargandock, Bertha Catholic, Tom Unka. Terry here. We've got Daikok Barakmani, Hava Kafi, Mumiktit Kafi. Nahende. Kayanak. Damnapdak Zach Mandeville, Zula Ray, Lee Mandeville Dakak Mangakuni, Kayanak Barak, Haikavit. Mary Jane Kazan. Taiko Park. Taiko Park mumiktit na vich mani. Tamnap Lia Yakalaya tap Kayanak Park may amang kafe. Kayanak Ikayo kafe mani. Inuvik Boot Lake tabra Tamna Itkaginia Taiko Park quite mani mani Kai Cafe Lillian and Valerie. Kaya na inigok Taiko Taiko Park Kai Cafe nalektor luta Kayanak Park Tapgot mumik tichirotak Taiko Park Havak Park Cafe mani Taiko Park inuit Tapgot mumik tichihu luhi na mani nunap igilok pakpang may ubani Taiko Park Kayanak nunak pun mina ukalang nektok Kanok Tapgot serve payments Kanok Taina Ho Havak Pitatain Kanok Tapgot Maningnika Pidrot serve Niktai Hugaitam na government manig Kanok Udik Tinat Tapgot Kanok but serve program dam na Kanok Got Kanok Tapgot Pili niya ay tam na itkagiblu tam na manikpait pirot manikpang nikpirot Tapgot serve payments niktay hugay Tapgot government federal government money Kanok tam na hublupak Tapgot manit pinyangit kiput kip Kayanak Tapgot inuit tabra pekhagal pek Okay. Got Kanok money, the Kanok pinyak pati, the Kanok Akilyanak, Tapgot serve payments, Kanok Udak Tinyak, Lugit Tapgot money, Kanok pinyak, but Kanok Inyunerpot kantain koyanak. Kanukotap kot tamna nalu prehukiga tamna kanukottain havaktot. Kanuk aglan tap kot malerotaliut malingnak aloaktut. Kanuk tamna minitakona kanuk MLA tamna kanuk tok uka falla kupkutain ilichorinyar lunga mga kanuk tain umika uka totin ukot tamna mama tamna aganak mamak aking tamna hihamanik nutakalik tamna tabra taina $41,000 tun utek tilinya taina kanok tamna pirok servmin kanok taina kanok maning nikutek tilinya kota the government federal government got Canada government taina utek tilinya kait $41,000 tun tap tumwa tamna anak hihamanik nutakalik tap got kanakikayaw nakikay tap got inyi tanyunak tap tuma tap kunun got kanok havakkalok tuit nakurokun taina havalay tuit kayanak tap got in puvlaluk manin man kanok maning nikpirot tap got inyit ikayaw nakikait nakuk tap got maning nika kanok tap got maning nikpirot federal government tamna government in Canada maning nika pirot kanok ukat ikayok para uibutap got inyunek tot kanok tap got inyit tabra ikayok na uibuta tap got inyit tap got kuyanak Lake minukalang naktut kuyanak una minita ka health and social services apekro lang apekro lang niya kanok katam na
Minister responsible for health and social services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a shortage nationally and internationally of midwifery candidates. which is hobbling our efforts.
Ay, mami. Ay, mami. At home.
Ha?
Ay, mami.
Ali.
For midwives wherever the program exists. So to be more specific, the territorial manager position is vacant and currently open for competition. The midwifery specialist
Tab na ay mami rinip kairo tam na ikayok para o alawakait. Tam tap got kama river 2.75 din hama tam ni river mi ikayi hurit tap got rinip kairo ikayirat. Yal na ataw heka manitok. Hukot kanoka tayo na tapgot tautuk tiniaklugit kanoka tapgot tuli tapkuni nga tapko nad eranyak kairat ay mami kuyanak hukot health and social service hukot kanok tapgot Mikirami kavautari hugalwari putaglan tamna taina hamang mata ingmingnik pinyarugat kanok habang niakluting taina ikayor niaklugit taina erni niaktot ay mami kuyanak Got kanok tayo na habak tabra erninak tot ay mami ikayong nakigalakay tapkot got kanok got liharak takto tayo na piniakluting tayo na habang niakluting tayo kaya kanok tapkot ikayor niya ugit puta tayo na iliharak tot kanok ikayo niakluting ining nun kanok tapkot iliharak tot kanok tayo na ikayo niakluting tabra kanok tayo na mani habagyak mata ikayok para ugit put tayo na kanok ublipak naguro kun habang niyak tot kuyanak tapgot health and social service habakak parak tok aglan kanok tapgot kanok chakinyak tot kanok habang mata tapgot midwifery nik tayo hugay nitakad nok nutakanik ikayuinyak tot nagalunin
from the Midwives Association of the Northwest Territories who are meeting with the department to do this.
Tatkota kanuka ikayonakiri tatkot kanuklika midwifery mika taihuga taina aimavini hukotauka hukot kanuka taim
Slave Minister responsible.
Una tabra idihaktuani munakri minihitak una. Kiulali ka una pakrirok tamat kuninga kanok kutsiktuani idihaktuani iningat na kanokulu allango na aktilakrang ilihim alaw lugo. Tabra kuat pinaka ukeakrapak pinyakan ni bilugo pigalawaktogut uktoak magalawaktogut agalat pingitsugut huli. Tabra sisa mauro tamat kuatit na idiakabit ilitsarap kailane aktut. Nalke huktutak na humun ilinya ako hiligo. Tabalo tayo na sumalo girakigait matkuatutik talarot akralikat. Tabalo nga pinyakan na biligo pigalo ka nga tagalan tamat ko nga sumalo ligitsut. Tabalo kuat ataramik tayo na kanolo tamat kuatit na pinyakan na bilugitit na ilitsarap kaya tamat kuatit na. Tabalo tayo na minihitat mat kuatit na okalaw ti himagait. Tamani pilay tsutin na aktiluting. Tabalo una ilihimagait tamat kuatit na. Na tamat kuat napakhimaratit na isumagirakabatigit na atoklugit na kapinikihitsitinik ilihimagibut tamat kuatit na tait na ilangit tamani aptala nami na kitkanni iliuniarvium tamat kuatit na ilangit ilyakiraktut ilyakihimarut tamat kuninga iliakabik pangnik. Tamat kuatit na hanak pagtaklugit liat ni naparaktut tamat kuninga. Tamat kualo tabra hilami rutikrangit na hurakaw tikrangat hilami. Tabra tam na tabra loyatay na ilihimaruguta mani maunga karigliligo mga hinimhubunni ako pangmun isumagalwak tuwago dagilan tuna tamat tuma nunam na ito ang itchom tamaw nga na pipe kang itkatigut. Kaya nak tabalaptak tamat ko at hok. Tamat ko nga na napay niya ka na biyuhi o kakalawak to hi kanok hok tayo na napay ngit pihuli pang mapak. Tabalo tayo na kanok tamat ko at frame leg minyon na akya nun frame leg napay labita. Tabalo tamat ko at na yung miktigun nun nakaktuat nun naming nyikit na ilitsakay. Tabalo tayo na Develop tayo na tamat ko atin na na kaming tanong itsyotin na ing mikti ko nuna kaktot tamat ko atin sumagdaka batigit kaya ako kakte tamat ko atin na ilitsaka he magalawak tuwid pang mapagalan kanit pa chok tam na isumali ako tikpot. Tayo na kanok nunan matkot kami lakawak to akakanagit kanok nakuruan nun tayo na napay hukutin yan ni akanyaktok ilangat tamat ko at nunat napay bikirakalot kanok ekaya uti bulugit nagalunin isuwiga uti bulugit tamat ko nga tamaw nga napay chut tamat tuminga ilihakabig pangmit great slave min tabra naga akpihi tabra tap tuminga tabra tamat ko nga okaw tigihi magibot ing miktigun nunakaktot ing miktigun lumunakarirot nunamingnik tabra tamat kot na tamat kot na kakatiga kaluit tabra tayo na igilo kakanayak tuhiyaktot tamara tayo na aktot tabra tamat tam tuwa minihitam na okalaw tila ba nga tamat ko nga humun na panyak tila kraminik kaya nako kakte.
So after we get the report back from the Phase 2 environmental assessment, that'll determine the next steps. And before there's any shovels in the ground, there will be a significant amount of engagement, hopefully.
Ni ba kalo kating tabar tamat ko na isumati kalo ni bang nangit tamat ko igilum napakabikiranganik. Tabra tamat ko di magibot hibon niya ko ti magibot tamat napay niya tot ukakte tabra na ukakte tamat ko at ukto aktat pifar niya pihiye tam na tabra na nakakti lugi tam na isagutin niya akpadro una minihitangat kinyawar tigun kinyawar ni awangalat chiri tabra tayo na kami lakawak magalawa kibot na isumati pigalo aglan himawar niya tilakra nga nalupkayibot. Tabap tuming malakot alamin himawar niya itpalukipot isumati itipot tayo na. Kaya nak kanok kawamawrat kanok tamat ko din na pinyakan ni Bluid pigalawak tiliting kaya nak kakte tabraw na about tayo magput tabertam na ataw chiko ako ta ataw chiko tamat na tutrikane kakput kaya nakpak Tamat ko tabra malaw taleng itin na pinyakan ni bluit pikangit. Tabra tay na tamat ko ni nga na pilyaner ni kin ay chilla batigit agalak tanik. Tabra kuat nalap kay naktugid agalan tam na agalan ilihi magigput na pihuk tanik agalak tanik. Tabra tay na tamat kuat pihuk tatingit na agalaguting pilyanikun pilyanimik pilyarut. Tabra tam na alangulagit put tam na natkingit kikput natkipiangit kikput pang mapak. Tabra tap tamaminitam. Kano hakautik ranganik na nirawak tau ganik pata pinyak pita. Tabra kay okalad. Tabra isumalu taka una okalaw tiginyangit kiga.
To look at what we heard, the What We Heard report, to look at the recommendation.
Tabra laptak tay na tamat ko di na malakotali ganik kaput. Tabra tamat ko di na Kadaulo tamat ko di na himma niaktilak rangi di wag di sumat kikput. Northwest Territories ni tabra tamat ko di na hibun niyo ko tigi himagait. Kuyanak o kakti. Tabra nalap kanak toktaw tam na nirawaktaw tiyak to na pinyak piakatam na. Minitak. Frame Lake Min. Kuyanak una apakiralang nariya. Alangok taktamik hilikun taptaming apakirutakilang nariya. Tabra tamat ko din na huwin natin tukunat arsenic nagpilakagatanik yung tukunat kano heraw tigi magantam na 7 tunug hanawin rutin ni una natanig kikput awlak titaktat awlak titakalwaktat aglan utik tut. Tabra kuya na kiulang nera. Tabra na Arcus Fort Me tabra tam na ang magkangat. Tabra lutay na tamat ko at awla niya kanibluwit okalaw tihi magkangit.
Well beyond the 6-week period.
Kuya na ko kakti. Frame Lake Min. Kuya na o ka President Kaukliw Rock na. Tabra lutay tayo na matkuatit na isumatigiruni. Inyong nun okalaw tira okakalakrakalwak tam na ilitsakit kubulugit inyo payat. Tamana inyo nektot. Tabra lutay na ilitsakit ka hukupi. Na ilo katimak power ako tumuna pinyakpiw. Nakakakihawra tiyo nilitsakit ka nyakpit. Tabra lutaman na malakotaliak. Malakotaliakin na itok. Kanolo tabra tamat ko din na ilitsakit ka nyaktok tamat ko ni nga makperati kun tayo nagalagtanik. Tayo na napinyak tigok tonik. Kaya nakpak ko kakti. frame like min. Kaya tabaptoni na ilitsarani ahlunga kanakin magaita tamatkot ikakanimi atauhimi avanganilyo tamatkuninga ilitsarani aktoanga tainitunagilan ivakhlaktoanga tamatkuninga ilitsaranakrami. Pinga hong naktut tamatkotit na tainitunagilan kutsiki hong naktok tamatkotit na huinyak hilaluni nagaluni allanik allat tamatkot tukunatit na itchung naktut tamani. Kuyanakpak. Tamatkot tabraptak tabra ilitsarahimamivut. Tinyaratigun ilitsararavut. Kanakalu tamatkot ilihimakpaktot tamatkuninga hunigilaka ilihimarot. Ilitsaraniaktat tamaralu na inyuniakotit matkot akyak pagitit nagaluni tamani inyuniakabinginyi tamatkot ilitsarillagay tamatkot ilihimarot ilihimaniaktit na pakitsiniakoting tamatkuningahok kaya tamatkot angalan magaita nagalunin kanuherakoting nanivaktakoting ilitsaraniapiakoting ilitsarahugay. Twenty 14 mitabra ilitsaramikangitapkot. 2003 mi tamatkuninga kanokin magantabratap tumanga pangmapak. Kuyanakpak. Tamatkot tabra ilitsakirat nagalunin tait na ivakalugit tait na pakitangit tamatkot ilihimakpaktot nalu imakun tabra pigo mangilgit ka tamatkot. 2023 mi tabra tamatkot na ilitsakayanikangit tamatkot huinyat atok tuni tukunamata. Tamatkot taktavek na ekkinyaktoarivlugi tamatkot tukunat ilitsarap kamiro tamattuminga. Mamfremi. Tamatumak klitsum apkotakpanga. Tamatkot tabra na munakara kau kalawakit ka tamatkot na apkotakpait ataramik munakay kubulugu tam na apkotakpak. Wati mun taman na apkotakpak. Kuyanak. Kunigilakatam na hawakpang minhitangat. Tabra kabamanunin na akautige himagigput. Ilitsarab kay himarut kabamanun. Tabra taw ka ilitsaranya riput tap tuminga. Kuyanak o kakte. Klitsumin wati mun taman na apkotakpak. Ataramik tayo na muna rakalo ako. Kiugalawami. Yung pinakami kang atong matut. Tabraptok. Na wati tok tabra ilichore. Ilichore lang nga una. Tabra na. Pang mapagpinyangit padrong na about taringit padrong. Nut kupta about tarinyak padrong. Tabraptok tamat ko din na muna kahimagit ka. Watiming apkotek pa tamat ko din na ilichore himagit ka. Kanok habaw taranyak tilakranga. Aglagtok haklu kanok habaw taranyak tilakranga tamat ko pianik kuptigi. Tamat ko rin na pinyapiarik putit na ngitsyung nakto ko na. 2024 may tabatam ko ta ilichakip kanyak pat nagalunin habaw taranyak panagtam na apotakpak. Tabatam na tam na apotakpak.
Working group meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that
Okakte. Kuyanak okakte.
to our proposal and get the rest of that highway completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Mumfui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I brought this up is because the
Una akala ka okawti lang nera. Tama tabra okay ka. Tam na pitkublu kilamik. Pang mapag habaw tarit kublu piyalo aklu tabra tam na dahil naklunga anita nga. Tabra tap tuma chief nguram watimi okalaw tim mga na tam na okawti kublu. Kuyanak. Tabra habaw tarit aloak putam na tabra pang mapag tamat ko tabra maklaruit.
Short span bridge. This is our next phase, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we are looking for funding, and you know, I'm anticipating that work is going to start right away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Tamat ko at maklaruit. Tamat ko na napakotek pang ni tamat ko tutkikakrat. Kuyanakpit. Una, iglulakiro kapakruta lang niya kanokin magayit na matkot kanolotay na inawala tumilakay na ilitsure himawibot Northwest Territories ni tayo na igluiliyok pat. Kanolo tamat ko tayo na NWT mi igluiliyok pat. Igilok kaktok tut. Tabra peruta kami ka nga una. Tabra tayo na okawtigim mi ka. Iglulakiro ni mga minihitak.
With us, the stakeholders, NGOs, so they would have an opportunity to apply for federal funding. To date, we have been quite successful. There's been 17 applications throughout the Northwest Territories, and one of them...
Tamat ko tabra na tamat ko tabra agalang nik tuyu hek hemarugut agalang nik pihuk tanik kanok tamat ko din na housing Iglulekhiruatit na iglulekhiruani tamat koatit na galaktarnikangit pihung nibliting tait na tamat kuninga iglunik. Kuyanak minitak tabra tawi tualuk tabra okariga tabra ilokanyik tamat koat apritarigalokkat ka tabra inyugek tot tamani Northwest Territories ni tut iglu idioktat. Tabra tamat koat iglulekhiruani minihitaurot.
Senator Masi.
Kuyanak. Iglulekhiruani una minitak tabra ptau tabra ilitsere piaktunga wangaptau ilitsere kuma nakuna yaktok. Tabra tamat koatai na tamna ilyakhirakput tamat kuninga pihuk kuming Inuit nanilaka tamat koatit na agalaktanik pihuktanik pilyaru tamat kununga iglulekhiruanun minihitauron 600 million titok mani ikakaklugamana Northwest Territories. Tabra tait na tunagalan kinyaranik pihimarugut tait na iglunik napay huta. Tabra tamat koatit na kapini apakhirutakabagyo. Minihitaurot nagaluni habaktingit Inaralani napay niya nablugit iglukuranginik Sax Harbor Ulukaktok tamat kot taon na ni ito tabra apakhiru mika iglulekhiruani na minihitak tabra tay nakuting hok kilometre niyak tamat kot uktokauting napangit patit na uktokautingit patring. Tabra inyugek toanik igluiliok toad inyugek tutamani. Kuyanak. Housing iglulekhiruatun na minihitangat. Tabra 600 million tun iglulekhiruani itok. Tabra ptawak tait na tabra ptawak the mani Northwest Territories ni tabra ikakakluman na Northwest Territories ni iglulekhirit na napay niyak tut iglukuranginik. Tabra tamat koatit na tait na kabamatawak matkot tigumigay tamat kot kanok angalarutik-rangit nagaluni napay rukrangit. Mr. Vandal tabra tamani iglulekhirini naptawak tamat koatit na habagparak hemaritit na tamat kuninga na pilyanikun ikayoktak 600 million ton. Tabra ptawak tait na tunagalanit na kinyaranik aichwe himaichit aglan pangmapagtait na aichok talakatigut. Kuyanakpak techomin. Kuyanak na iglulekhiruat ni una kuyayak parlit kitaptimiga okalautin lang mga. Tabra nunakput min tam na mini emalagurok okautin miga huli ataramik tabra taini igilulekirot apekirok takalogait kappekwakoni. Kuyanakpak. Igilulekirot na minihitarak. Tabrana tait na pilyotakniurakhlugit illuatun angalanniaklugutamna angalarutikrak aichu tingat uwaptingnun kavamattauq kamatahitayma aichormatigutamna illuatun aturukhlugu nappainiartugut tamatkuninga Northwest Territories ni tabra allakuninna khevin tabra tamatkuati loqainnik angayokhaaqit naisummatigiraqibut nutaqauraqaluangit tamna tabra igilulekhirit tainna havakpauraqqimarut kuyanaqpak.
Tunide walide. Ukata aku okay katka kata iyaarniartot ingilaran nutaqqat qanoq taapkuninik uqarhuit uka 33 communities ni taapkot iliaqniartot ilihaariartot taina nitaqqat qanoq inuita qoqoaruulu taapkot inimni taapkot qanoq piniarpat qanoq qanorniarpatiut ukata havautarigaluarait taapkot nutaqqatingilaran iyaarniartot genocide miktaihugai taamna nutaqqat qapeqniarpauraqtuat qanoq inuuniaqaming taamani iyaarvingmi qanoq taina maningnik piniarpatiit taapkot qanoq taapkot nutaqqat taapkot nutaqqat taapkot qanoq maningnik piniarpat taapkot nutaqqat
have any specific allegations that have come across my desk as Premier, so I can't state on that. I do understand that the member feels that the schools that were run by the GNWT after 1969 operated under the same principles as the federally run day schools, but this contention needs further examination. What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that under legislation established through this Assembly, schools had
ukata qanoq nutaqqattabra qanoq maningnik piniarpat taapkot hapeqraqpauraqtuat iliharniaqaming ingilaraan ukata iharvita ulupakka nakuurut nakuuruakun hamma ibunniortut aglaaningilaraan tabra taapkot nutaqqat inyo hingi tabak nak parak tot. Kuyanak. Trinity walite. Kuyanak. Itabra ta ingi yakan tap kot ilihakvid na kungit kalaktot aglan uvlupak na kokirut. 1996 mitabra tam na taimaktot kanokay na kungit tot ilihakvid. Kanok tap kot tap kot tanungit shot no takat kanok ikayonak patigit tap kot maningnik pihuk tot tayo na. Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Tam na litigation miktayo katan kanok tap kot kanok tap kot maningnik pinyak tot kanokonak pat kuyanak. Trinity walite. Tap kot habang tautikon federal government to NT government kanok tap kot school act of 1969 kanokonak patap kot nitakat tap kot uvlupakinya nyang tot kanok ikayonak pati tap kot ihanak tot ingilikan kanok. Kauti galoarit katap kot government, federal government, Canada government tap kununa. Thank you. Kanok ikayok piti tap kot nitakat tap kot ihak tot ilikan 1969 kanok ikayok piti kanok hunak kuyanak. Ukot kanok tap kot ikayok para ugaloarit ka aglan tap kot kanok leka tap kot kanok nakokinyak tot nitakatanya kuyak tot ingilikan tap kot habak para kanaktok kanok nakokinyak kami. Okay. Ukot inyugak tap kot ikayuinyak tot kanok leka pinyalarut kanok leka tabra kuyanak. Twin Lakes na kalang kuyanak. kanok tap got kanok habang niyak to chicken tap got ugot premier kilang kanok niyak but kanok habang niyak but nako kinyak lugu kinak 2020 21 22 tam na kanok leka tut kikarniyak lugu kanok ugot habak dot kanok leka pinyalo Piput. Kanole ka habak kalok tot nako kinyak lawi tap got kanok habang nak government. Well tap got tok kihul ka ihaw tot ihaw kanok tap got tap kunanik kanok habang nak tot government. Kanole ka ikayornek luit ikayurugut. Kanole ka umigla ka pinyakluta pirugut kuyanak. Twin Lakes kalang nek tok kuyanak. Kanok tam na pipa tam na habang tayo kami rin tayo na nakukinyaklui kanok habag tot tayo na uhiyuma tabra tayo na habang niyaktut kayanak. Habag tot tayo na ikayonak kirit kanok managers manager hibun niyok tot ikayokalawit tayo na managers nik tayo hugay tapkot. Iyak tilingin niya kay tayo na kanok ikayo niyak tot tayo na kuyanak. Kuyanak. Pipianak kirok ikayo niyak ikayo nak tot tapkot kanok ikayo nak higay humilya ka kanok leka managers nek tayo hugay kanok ikayo na higalawa kay tapkot kuyanak. Tabra pipianak kanok leka tutkikarneriga kanorleka tamna pipianak tamna habautarihiga kuyanak. Yellowknife North tabra kuyanak sisaminik umani habag tilong katabra kanok got kanok infrastructure kanok tamna munakri habak pagnik kanok isok kanak parang tamna ingek rok takta kuyanak kalauti got kanok DMV miktai hugay tap got kanok habak to tay na kanok habak
Sure. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
That's good.
He's embarrassed. Tamna got a bit free falling near tunga tam tap to mga tamna haklungnik Dokunanik bijut arsnik nik ta hugay to got kanok tutkikarnak pati taina tap got kanok about tarinya kangay kanok hunak pat kanok habak petit kuyanak got kanok tap got in kama ikayok takpara kaktu taina kanok tamna tutkikarnak lewi tap got kanok inyunak taina kuyanak got kanok guidelines nik tayo got kanok hebonironak got Inuit manit First Nations nik tayo kanok tap got kanok ikayok pati tap got Inuit tayo na inunak tot government tawka tap got NGO nik tayo hugay tap got kanok pinyak pat anu kifalang niya anu got kanok niya pati tap got kanok isok kanyak parang time na kanok nunapting ni nunamani kanok nagko kanyak parang time na tap got tap muna haklung nik tat about tarirot kuyanak kakahara kun tao nang naktuta ikayoktit kuyanak Frame Lake kuyanak tamna taigor ne agaloariga aglan aperniak to kanok pinyak to kanok taigornak tamna kolearnak to kanok taigornak tamna Kakihaurakun. Apekanya pelak toktai na. Taiko kone akamni. Kayanak. Kayanak. Tai maala neaktut. Anu utikfalang niya.
Okay, colleagues, we'll continue. Oral questions, just kidding. Oh. Okay. Written questions.
Yellowknife Center kalang niakto. Okakti. ukot kanok ukot manit kalwa kama taikok parak havat katitka taikok parak kanok urang manitong sisalmini ukiuni tabra kanok ingilakan kairawut maunga ini nunamun kanok from England tabang hakru kikakaklu tamna imakpak kuyanak paraka kuyanak parak Janice McKenna kanok ikayok kamanga kanok leka habakama maani igilok pakpangmi kuyanak Janice Catherine Pickett down napdok kuyanak parak hibun mun ikayok hamna kuyanak parak Audrey Henderson dok tamna kanok tamna kanok isakutapa kamnga isakutpa kamnga kama tabra habak para na kaluak to kaklan piani payuli chunga tabra kanok tapkot habak to tapkot kanok hikayu luting iyo kading kate tau chikun habak luting tapkot kanok tamna ukot kanok tapkot habak tot akana kanyait uba 9 hama habak tot akanat mani igilok pakpangmi kanok leka habang mata taina tabra ubang aptaw ikayok luwiti ikayok taw chikun habak lita tabra taptuma habang ma nakugalok tuta ilat ni hapakanyak parak hapakanyak kihurok ukot kanak ukot kuyanak parak mani akanat hibun niyak to at kanok leka ikayiro at inyong nik kanok tapkot kanok habaka kanok leka tapkot akanat hibun niyak to at kuyanak parak kay kafe mga igilok pakpang November 14th kanok tapkot Valentine's nik it kagiligit chok kanok tapkot COVID-19 pandemic tamna buvaklaluk. Okay, kanok taptumuna ihumung paraklu tamna kanok anniak parakanak tamna COVID-19 miktay huga tam kanok taina habang matataina haperanyak parakaluakto kaglan pitlugurali chut kanok Ugot 2020 mihama mikirurit taina annelaktot kuinok ugot kanokleka ko yunyak lugut tap kunanik annektot COVID-19 miktehuga tamna puvlaluk kanok 2021 tamna nakungit kaloktok puvlaluk tam kanok tapgot tokok parakamata nakungit kaloktok Ugot habak baraktot ikayuak baraktot health and social services niktay hugad ugot kayanak barak kuyanak 18 months dun tatkikuni 18 dun amma kanok tapgot habak barakamata Kanokleka habak parakluting tapgot humigleka iswak kinakluting tapgot kan habak paraligin yakut ugot tamna tamna itkagilalalit kiga tamna kanok iswak kinaklut tapgot hava rangit taina isakhinyakhluit tapgot nakukiligit kait aglan habang nakhuli 2,200 people tapgot inyut tapgot kanokka Kanokat kayo na luitap ko inyit kanokleka ipkaligin niya kahit tayo na kanokleka tabra kayo na lugit ikayo ligit kahit inyit tabra health and social services na taptuma tamna kanok pinyak luting pinyel pilyukurali niya kahit kanok habang niyaktot kanok leka kuyanak o kakalang niyarigaw na kanok kahibun mo na wala ka niyakpita kanok leka tabra tapgot daw ka tapgot habang niyaktot naikligaloktot nurses healthcare nurses tapgot midwife tapgot daw ka ugot ka kanok akihok parak tok tabra inyong ikayu kamik. Hospital meet Abraham $610 million. Tunatuligin niya kota kanok inyong nika anyarming mi ay kayuwitrat. Kot kanok $245 million dun at atong naligin niya kotap kot kanok kay kayuwirot inyong nika nektonik tabra. Kota ka habaktot mani kabamani ikayuwi niya per sitting ikayuwi niya tot ano aglan aper niya parak tuktan habang niya kami kota pinakhigalok tutay na kanolakay kayo luwit tap kota Inyi tabra annektot nagalunin habang nektot kanolakay kayo nakigalakay. Kotak.
We are at a fork in the road. Either we stop offering services free of charge that are outside the NWT healthcare plan, or we ask NWT residents to pay for
Ikayornek kangita taina habaktot kanolaka ikayunyak tot inyong kanok Kotak kanok haper niya kalok tok aglan pinyakait.
The heartbreaking truth about the health and social services system, Mr. Speaker, is that despite all the money spent, health outcomes for many residents are poor.
Kanok tap kot inyu kaming inyu na kaming haperanak kalok to kaglan kanok tap kot inyu hingit nagungit kalok to aglan tamanitut tamna manichot tap kot inyu tabra hapernak inyu hek hapernak kalok tok hapernak kalok tok aglan pilyuguralin pilyung naklo pilyulichut 23% tun hammatap kot kanokan nirinak tot ihumagilingin niya kay tam na itkagilingin niya kay tap kot nekait nekait chot tabra itkagilingin niya kay tap kot 1000 tun hamma tap kot ingi kanok it utak keligit igilunik kanok ay mabichot daw ka kanok ikayo nakigalo kay kanok na tap kot kanok inyit ay mabichot narihuktot nagalunin kanok tap anneaktot kanorleka ikayornakigalaqtut tabra ukat housing tapkot kanok tamna puvlaluk isagutin man kanok ikayornak toatinyuit kanok tapkot illuting at hotel nik taimabi hotel mi itot kanok tapkot kanok inyuniaktot taina tamna puvlaluk pinyakamid ukotoka I'm a vichot God I'm a vichot kanok renew coming inyu huichut inyu hingit nai clearut taina kanok inyu coming taina inyu coming kapakanak toni kapakanyarnek okay Okot kanok aulakanak kanok tapkot ikayonet aglinyakkigalaqtoq kanok ikayuyurot taina tamna department nik taihugay taimna ikayuyurot tabra aglinyakkigalaqtoq aglan about tarigatuli got child and family services got nagokkigalaqtoq aglan habang naktoq huli 95% in Hamadap got I'm a rakating ikayok tilichut I'm a rakating tap got nudakat I'm having ngata unin ngichat taina I'm a rakating tutqiktilit kait hanok inu hingit tap got ingming yun tokutot hanok tam got 3 times higher being hawunik agligalok toka tam na kanok tap got hoklungnik atoktot nagalunin imektot kanok ikayon nakigaloray tap got got witchin healing cat Clicho tap got ilokainik tutkikainiaktot.
First, to the constituents of Yellowknife Centre, thank you for electing me to represent your issues and ideas. and to my constituency assistant, Craig Yo, for his excellent.
Una umungurigit lang niya tabatay na kapeni na pisikatakan ni takitilang tabatay na tunaglano na ikayok pauraktok. Tabalo tamat ko din na kilamakro ko na inyo na yung itsok tabar munakan tamat ko ito atun pinyakluit Mani Northwest Territories ni anaktola kiro ni pigay. Kaya nakpak. Nahandemi. Kaya nakokakte. Tabraw na pihangin ni Blue he pilyak tunga umani. Ukakte. Tabraw tamat ko din na. Kanok kaiwat ukawti Blue taman na ikwalak pauraktok man na nunapting ni. Tabraw tayo na inyo ni aktuat inawra ni. Nagalun ni matko at humilaka ito at tamat tumaikwalak to hapekrak ti taligid ka din nalo isuilyak ti taligid ka taman na inyo hingat. Tabalap tok tayo na. Tamat ko din na yung nilakaligid sugot. Pihala ti chapting ni tamat ko din na yung nit. Ikwalak to ati na muna kanya ligid kibot. Tamat ko nung ay na ilitsakap kaya ako tayo yung nun. Kihunon lakain nyo ilihimarakrangat. Ilitsakap ka ligid kibot. Tamat ko wane kati hibon niya ko ikpang mi hibon niyo kapta. Tam na pinya ka na peaktok. Pinyapi akalu pihikput. Tamat muna ikwalak tomon mani nunapting ni. Tabra na hibulak ko kautigil lang niya kaya. Tabra kilamig niyak man na matuma na paliw maram nunapta. Nagalo ni ano kalak paum tayo na taman na kilamig rok tiligid ka tayo na ikwalak tok. Naptabay kayo ni akala ako ting tamat ko din na muna kariro at tamat ko ni nga hawak pang ni ting mirwaloy hulak ka tabay tamat ko din na kanya labluting inyong ikayok ti siyaming ni kumilya kano namin kaip kay raligitsud. Tabalo tayo na ilihimaru na ilitsok ikakput tam na ikaw lang niyak to ako pinakamit o kauti kakput tabar time na isagot iligit chok tayo na ikaw lang nagutiblin. O pinakapak tabar tayo na ikaw lang to na kamit sinya ako ta habaw takilaligit kikput tam na. Tam na lo tabar tamat ko din na nutakakit inuit tamani inuit aktuat. Tayo na ikayo niya ako ting tamat tuminga kamit niya ako ni nanilakay ko alak to amik. Tayo na tabra ilitsok iligitsot kanok ikayo tikraming niya ilitsok iligitsot tamat tumunay ko alak to anik. Tabra tayo na Northwest Territories ni Mani nunapting ni Claycho, South Slave, tamat ko din na ilokating tayo na tunaglan. Kito na kaming yin awit titaligid kay taktawo nga awlak titaklugit. Tayo na tabra tayo na tunaglanin na kanok ikayo ko niya. Na ikayo niya ako ting tamat tuminga ki kolak tuak taman na hiyak tayo liblugo. Hiyak tayo liblugo tabar tawit na ko ting tamat ko di langit inawrat pipkangit kait. Ikolak titangit kait. Tabarlo tayo na hiyaluk takalo aktok. Na hiyaluk pawra ko ni pingil yun eh. Tabra tamat ko tayo na hawa mahiligid kahit iko alaktot. Tabra tayo na kanok tinagalanin na hiya ko ni tam na iko alaktot. Tabra tayo na ilitso kaligid sugod pang mapak. 300 tunit na tuntay na tunagalan ko check kalawak tilugo kanok tamat ko 1,024,915 tayo na tamat ko tayo na tunagalan 719 tamat ko tayo na tunagalan tabara mahiligid ka tam na ikualak tok tayo na tunagalan mahiligid sak taman na ikualak tok tabra yung ektot na time na habang aktaktot habang kalwa kami na yakamatun itaktot habang ilyakuting habang aktot tamatkot ilang itawak na ilaw ligitsut tabra ni ikualaktuan ikayo ibliting 18 million tin tamatun tayo na tunagalan aktilanga 18 hectare tuntay na tunagalan inakpak ikualak paurak toak tayo na tunagalakat. Sa manip tao ka tamat ko at pulag takawingit. Piye na ikualak takaluit hakamit takaluit ikualam tabra huinyali rakakigay tamat ko at kay rakak to at mga bulag takto tayo na iswil na iswamik ang alatsi kalawak tiluta tabar tamat tumay ko lagto hapakak tiligit kati ko tamat kuninga tabar tak tayo na ikualak tok ilokata ilihi marugut tayo na tunagalan inyuyak tuagut na ilokata ki ataw lutawan ni hibon ni oktuanin hibon ni okbik pangmi Sabalo tayo na ilihi marugut tayo na tunagalan nakinilakain na ikayok tiksapting ni ibakala ko tayo ibakala kaktugut ibakala kaptahi tayo mapakilugit tayo na pakilablugi tamat ko di kayo tiksangit. Unigilakay kayo tiksangit ibakala ko tayo nakilakain awarin ininin takpabang nga no nagingit kalo halugit tabar tamat ko nang ingikrock taktugud ikayo kuranig kamit sinyak tawgud mani ikualak tomit tabar tam na ilit sa kay balukik put 733 tuntay na tabar tamat ko di na ilit sa kanyak kakalawak tiluta tabar tamat ko tayo na tamat ko na hapekrak tiligid ka tigudilo katat. Inyugek tuanik tau kenya ni kataktud tabar ko tayo na tap to mag-ikualak tam ikayo tamat ko nga kenya ni katakti taligid ka tig 452 tabar tamani na tabang July 15 mi tabar tayo na awlak ti tayo hakatakap tabar Tabar 52 kaya kinagala ko ding pira kraming nik iwakalaktot. Tabar lo tayo na hukul lakay tsakip kaya niya aktugod. Nalaw titigun, nagalo ni po ni kakota, nagalo ni kakahara tigun, ilakay niyo tabar tamat ko nga. Ato ko tayo nakuta tamat ko din na ilitsakip kalali kibutin wit. Na nilakain na ikolakto amikilitsaka huktot. Tabalaptak tap tuma una kulelang minyakain na kutsik to na ilihimani aktim na galunin habak to na ili GNWT tabalakay tayo na taulugit ilokating tabalaptak tamat ko din na iwakalak na tamat ko din na iwak to at na galunin tamat kami nga kamit sinyak to tabar tamat ko din na umaangala tiligid niya. Tabar lo tayo na kanok ilitso kanya ako na kanok ikalwa ikualak to Habagumagay ta humilya ka tabi apekrakaklugiting tait na ilitsaka niya ako ting nagalunin ilitsaka kanya ako ting mat ko nga ikolak dola kironik. Ana price tabi terver tabi tap ko tait tamak parak to di ko isumalo giligit kibut. Pigo mangit kibut. Ilihimagibut kanit nagalan nang ito at nalo taman na tamat tumaak kualak parak tom. Sausin tun kaya tamat kuning apto kilo rangin yik tabi tayo na ikualak talagin niya kay tamat kot. Tabi lo Tarap tayo na kinyak tao, tigo atok takput tam na tabra na isumati kap ko June 28. Tabra litso kaya takto takpawan ni North Slave inani tabra ni isagot ilakata kami. Tabra tayo na mitigiligak to akarirok tam na ikolak para ko ni. Humula ka ako ni. Tabalutay na tun. 50 tun ungahig tilanga. 50 tun tayo na pilaktit kano tinagalan ungahig tilangit. Nagaluna kanit tilangit tam nagwak 50 tun ungahig tilanga tap tumatabar tayo na tinagalan tamad tayo na mitigila ako ni taman na ikwalak to tabar tamat ko tayo na tunagalan tayo na huwa mahiligit kay tamat ko. Tabar tayo na inyugek to at tabar tayo na kuting agalik paurak tok tam na ikwalak to. Tabar tamat ko at ilihim mat ko nga ilihim akpagto ilitsakip kayo niya kuting nagaluni na ilitsakip ka na ahluit mat ko at ikwalak to lakirot ikayok ka karakagay tamat ko at hugo ka tayo na ikwalak to lakirinik ilitsukra bluting. Tabi tam na ikwalak parak to akin na inyuhi magikput. Tabi lutok tamat ko at na ilitsaka niya to at ilitsaka pelalit kibutin na kanok tamat ko at na tayo na tunagalan 22 tutkak yung miktiyon habakak to tamat ko at ikayok tigilit kibut. Tamalalo tamat ko at ting mirolit kano hilakake nakilaka tamat ko nga ting mirolit atok takot at tayo nakaluta tamat ko at na ikwalak to at ikiglipaya kibut. Isisimin tabrelo kating tayo na tunagalan kano tunagalan tabra ukwat kuyayak paralit kit ka. Inyugyak to at na tayo wak na kit ka. Inyugyak paralit ikayok to tamat nga ikwalak to lakikapta. Tamat ko din ang miktiyon kapamalgit mat ko kapamat kihulak haki kayo tamat ko ni tabrani kay ikolak to para kapta. Tamat ko din na munak riro di kolak to anik. Tabay kayo tayo na aban mo ikayo tiblita ilitsaka ilitsukot tayo na tunagalan. Saskatchewan, Yukon. Takpawanilo alla ni inyo nuna ni inyo ni aktot iningit ataw luman na nuna kakpak tabalot tam ko at kaya parlit kit katamat ko at mat ko at na ikayo at awlak tit siya hakaptay yung nik at avan mo ikayo tiblit at tabratam na pilya akpaligit kikput. Tabalop tawa kili himaro tamat ko na ikolak to lakirit. mani uwang hilatanin inipta nunapta hilatanin iwaklekota hunik kehunik ilihemaruanik ikollaktoolakarinyimik.
Freeing up our homegrown Type 1 firefighters to focus on.
Tabaptaktamit ko din na ikollaktoolakarit. Kuyanak paktabitap ko at pit pata. Tabra NWT man na tap ko at apekrap pa kayak tut. Apekrak para kayak tut tamat ko at ikayong itpatikuta ikayak tikrap tingnik iwakalakapta nagak tungin mata ang mata kuyayak parlitit ka. Inyugek tut tabra. Kafiw wat. Tabra lu tamat ko tabra tight na 12 dun inawranin. Tabra awlak titaktat. Awlak titaktat navan mun ikayuti bluta tight na pilya hiligitik putta awlak titakanak. Waptik kun pingitik putin na ikayok takakutapiwut. Tamat ko Alberta Mikamaurat. Minihitat ikakakluguman na atawlugo nunagput. Tamat ko tayo na kilamik na ikayo niyak to at tayo na tamat ko at ilitsakip kaklugit tamat ko at tayo kayok paraligit ka tayo na imami na imakamik ilihimani akto at Coast Guard nagpiriga kagay. Kaya nakpak ilakating. Mga tabra NWT nin na kaya parli kife. Tabra lu tap ko at habak to at tamani GNWT ni. IMC tamat ko apta ikayuti tamat ko at laktil lahiligit kahit. 79 tun 37 hotel ni tabaluptak tamat ko di kayo ilitsutay na tukukrangin niya kay bakalakapta tabal ko tay na atingin niya pira kalawak to nga aglan itut umani agalaktan eh tabal ko una kaya ilike kaya parlit kaya tabal na tamat ko ilokata tayo na awan mun ikayutiblit tamat ko din na tabalo tayo na tamat ko at muna karakagay tabalo tayo na kano na ako tikrap tingnik na iba iliw akaluwi tamat ko nung agalaktanin tabalo tayo na tao na hapakala kama kanakulo na isumalaw talaga kamatabaray kayok para kang ataptama. Tabaralo natakat ka? Tabarataw ikayok para kang natakama. Tabaralo tayo naptaw kay na matumi nga na inahimik habakaw kamay kayok para kang na tabalo tayo na inyo hakpat man na nakuyugalay tsaka taramik. Sabab tawag tam na tabraw ko din na tamat ko din na pekpang na peaktod no takkat. Ilokating pekpang naktod. Pichwitchut inyo hipting ni. Tabraw tayo na sabab kuya nakparak na hentemin. Sabab kuya parlit yung pang mapak na ito no kiyo ni tabar ni hawakama. 19th Assembly mi tabar tayo na Krista Kim tamat ko tayo nila itika. Tabalo tayo na hawahe, ikaw aton hawag kumahe, nani tamat ko nga hawanik pigufe. Tabralo tayo na ilihimaro nga tamat ko ni nga na piyak nga akto ang itsuhe. Tamat ko ati hapakanya kalawak tilugit tayo na unilugit no takka nagalo ni kanok tamat ko ikayo ni akalugit ikayutik sa fing ibakala kafe tamat ko hapakanya kalawak tilugit piraki. Kakti tabra tap kuat kuat ako late si tamani ni tap kuat tabra hapakanya kalawak tilugit tabra kuat tabra lokah itay na kaya hupialak tunga kanod nagalan ikayok para kafe nagaluni habak para kafe tabra tamat kuat ilihimagi fit tay na tunagalan June Ubani Northwest Territories ni NWTMI matkot about takikapi kaya gilid kifi. Tabrelo katatay na Islamic tay na ang alat sikapta wapting yun tay na isuatun tay na ang alat singit sugut tila niptak kanok tamat ko din na tayo makimala bibot nagalunin isumakap tayo na isuatun ataw chikun isumalay chikun allagi aktud isumabot kanok angalan ni aktila krang itamat ko tabeli marui kanok an tamat ko pinyak tila krafingik tabrap tayo na tabelo kating Ilokahe, isuatun tay na hibunik rakhe, isuatun piyamahe. Tabraptak tamat ko din na premier guram, kauklim. Tabraptak na kayak parang man nga kayak paralitit ka. Tabraptak na tamat ko ni nga ENR, nutakat nagalunin Inuit. Kihula ka tamat nunami inyuni akto tabra atan na kulinyap ka kaya paralitit ka tayo na. Minihitaw ka matapununan nuda kun kihunun laka kita tabra tamat kuni nga nuna tabra tayo na ingmikting ko tabak pauraktot. Tam na isuatun pingitsok tabra lokating tamat ko dan WTMI. Wani hibon niya pang may itot nagaluni na o kaktaktot nagaluni na nalaw sila kakoting pigil galawaktot ilan niptaw ka alaging mute sumangit. Tabraw ko at NWTMI habakatit matkot kaya paralitit kitay na kayo ikayuti kaptay, naaban mo na ikayuti kaptay, ipilyo ta ka na yaklugoy, tamat ko at about inyong nun NWTMI. Sabrap tawak tayo na Hair River mi awlaktit siya kapta, hapasalakalawak tiluta. Aglan, isuatun tabra awlaktit dool ginyap tigit na kimaktilugit tumang ay kolak to amin. Kaya giligit ka. Tabralo tamat ko din na kayo raktot. Akilisa ako ting tayo na habaktot. Kaya giligit ka. Tabralo na. Kaya giligit ka. Tayo na tamat ko din na. Tamat ko nga na Tabralo tayo na ingmiktigon habaktot, ingmiktigon habakaktot, tabra ingmik tayo na. Tabra umatim niyan kayak paralit ke. Tabra tayo na. Ukot siya sa mata premier. Tabra tam na ilitsakiro guwapting niyan. Tabra hawak para ko na kwak. Tabra lutay na kigutak kakani ako rok. Hunigila ka apesrok takamani. Northern Territories ni ikayo ko niya luwit. Tabra lutay na kaya parak tok tay na chikamitaw. 19th me tabra ni hibun niyo parak kapta. Tabra lutay na tamat ko dalangok taklugit. Himmawik taklugit pero kabanaguti kami. Habak pagtam na inyo kalawak tilugo. Kahit na ni tabra tamat ko at penigidol gitkay. Yan dabil timi. Tabra tao ito along mikmala ko talaya kaktok. Tabra tao himi ngisak. Kape kwakpik na kakehara tigun ukaw tirakap ko. Tabra kuya ikparalit tiga. Tabra na 18th me. Tam na tabra habakati. Tam na tabra kuya ikparalit tiga. Na ilan ni at tao chimugunok tayo na ukakatigira ukaw tigira kay witmat ko at ukaw tigira kret. Tabra tamat ko na nga kaya kranigin na habaw rakurok. Tabra habakatigak pawra kaya. Tabra lutay na FMB milyo. Tabra lutay na hana kemarok tamat ko na nga. Tabra lutay na tinaglanin na habak para kemarok. Tabra ilokay ni tamat ko atit na fakti. Hunigla ka habang na kumi tam na Emily Johnson. Tabra doktay na. Tabra lutay na kanod na galanin na ikayutak para kemarugot. Tabra di marugot ilitsa kairak tok. Kihunik kihut matkot nirawaktaw nirawak niya kamitigit na hibunik tam na tutkik kakaya. Itchakra ni datkakayuti ni na tamat ko dit na tabalutay na Fort Simpson mun ilan ni malihuwa nga na katimayak to kama nagalunini na tabalutay na tok kanuhinik tayo nagalawraktanik nagaluni na agalawraktanik magperanon nagalunin na mingulakraktanik habakak toktay na hinik. Toktay na habanunan alango ko alango po na habatsyak nun ito atun habalaw takamautin. Unaptaw. Taverna, pakirta ka na kaya. Taverna, habag para ko. Taverna, na, taverna ko na, ilan ni. Habag pa yun na, tayo na tunaglan, tap ko NWT me tayo na tabap tao kay ito atun tao ataw himig isumakangit chaktugut 18th Assembly me tabrani katimakapta tabar tap ko na Tabra nahandi mi tabra tait na piha na ako na kanok isuma tingin yakpim. Tabra pingahon ni ulunit pilya kalo akapta. Tabra tait na tinagilan. Tabra emalay guro ako na. Tabra ilan na piyaka. Tabra ilokating tait na. Tabra ilokating tabra kuya ilikit ka. Taliman, sisa mani ukiw ni tap ko at himo ni krabot. Tabra kano he rauti kraming yik tap ko it nirwak tau tsak tot. Tabra taman na inyu hakput alang ko na kin sisa mani ukiw ni. Kaba maurot mani. Ilihimagi tait na tunagalan na tait na ilihimagirigut tamat ko din na ilyakanya ako tikrangin humun kihut din na angalalaw takaniak patikitin tamat tait na kakaniak tugut. Hanolo? Dr. Bailey Chokin GNWT ili Chokinya Pea Kramik Ilihimara Kramik Kanok Angala Rutinik na Ilihimara Tap ko GNWT ni. Tabalo tayo na lango lalugit himaw ilalugit tamat ko di suwigirahi. Nalo tamat ko at hibon niyak pait. Tabra 19 tamat ko din na ibon niyo takak tayo na tunaglan. Tabra lutay na tamat ko din na tanong itshot nagalo ni Mani Northwest Territories ni. Ang alat chiritak tabra nitok itut. Tabra tap ko tamat na Northwest Territories ikakaklo tamat ko din na ibon niyo tingit. Tabra tayo na tunagalan na matakangit siya tayo na mat ko na nitun. Tabra tayo na tunagalan na kanok tamat ko din na ati hiblugit pingit pilay tsugut. Tabra lagig tutap ko na hibun niyok pait nagalunin mat ko din na kanok isumiyok tit. Lagi tut. Tabra tayo na kapini utok kananikin na ukawri marunga kanon na aktilak rapting ni kanolo tamat ko din na ing miktigun uaptigun habaguta ing miktigun tayo kabalgit. Tabra tayo na tapte may utok ka na makalaw tiga nga. Tayo na tabra tamat ko din na. Tabra tayo na tamat ko din na. Igting mirolit mat ko kaip kakte na nga liwi tabra yung mikti utok kaba maurod mani. Na isumati kami tigit tayo na tapte ma utok ka na ukaw chingitit na ilihimagit ka. Tabra tayo na kanolo tayo na tabra tamat ko din na tanungit shot kaba mangita nagalunin mani kaba mauro tabra lokata tam na isumatigiga tayo na katimaniak patay nutaguro atin na hibon niyok tikrabot. Tabra taman na Northwest Territories ni kanolo tayo na inyo na kanak. Tabra taman na isumatigira krape ako na NWT mi. Tabra kanak kanolugi tamat kodit na isaguti chair krauti butit na isaguti chair optigita na kanok tamat kodit na angalat chirikrat angalat chikirutap kuninga tamat kuninga ptak tabra lutai na inyunervik tamat kod atauluit tabertai na hinik pirakragalaga tamna ton timi taber mis screen taber kholeanga okauti lakanga taber lu JNWT taber tamna dichakit kogalaga ka kanorangalan niaktilakranga tamna anneartoolaqidit nalumunakriraguuro tamat kuninga havagitsuanik havalaitsuanik nagalunin ingmiktigunin na havalaitsuan tabraptaaqtait na natunaglan tabralu tait na nutaqqatit na munaqiruning ilipkuangitsutin tait na tabra tamat kuaptauq kanok aulaaqtaqtuatit na munaqaringit anniaqhuting aulaqtaqqaming tabra ikayuqtiqarurut tamat kuninga ikayuuraquvlugit itna utuqqanaat naagaluni pihulaiqtuading miktigun NWT-mi tabralu tait na tiuheqiruarut tautugiaqartut tabra tamna allangapiartuqit na aulaqtitsaqtuni na una inyuk ingmiguttauqtait na aulaqtilaitkaat tabralu tait na tamat kuninga anniartualaqin munaqriuratilaanni munaqriuraqaruuritinaullaani munaqriuraqinnamik anniarviilluting tabralup tamatkuat tiguaqanikun naagaluunin tamat kuninga nutaqqanik munaqriñikun paggiriñikun tamatkuat tabra itsumagirakraqigaluavut tabraptaaquma tuglikrangani isagutiligitkuming tait na uqaqiriguming tamat kuninga hurakrautikting hurakrautikting na hibuniqilugu tamat kual tabra apqutaqpaitan tabra tamat kuat pitqugalaaritka tamat kuaptaaq tabra tait na muna ilihaqtuani minihitauraaq tait na tabralu tait na igililaqiruat tabralu tait na ptawaqtais tabralu tait na ikayoqraqaluaqi taamna igililaqiri tabra taapmat kuali sumagiraqitka tabra quyayaqpaarligitut quyanaqpak
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Replies of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table
Ukata iliqallang niaritka 2023 Annual Report taina collected kanuka ukiumi ta 22, 23 tap got ilikilang nangit kitka kuyanak. ITI ugot ilikiyok te ugot kuyanak. ECNE tabar kanuka ilikilak neritka ugot kanok 23, 24 school year tap got ilihanak pot tap got tabar tamna ilikilang neria. Housing in WT tabar ugot ilikilaw kaloritka kanok 1593 housing 1600 tap na ilikilagneli kitka tap got housing. Twenty-two to 23 tamna aglangnik collected Northwest Territories tamna collected 99 tap got itlikilang naritka tap got collected ukiuni. Ugot taukat ilikilang naritka ugot schedule C tamna tutkikarniaktak tamna ilikilang naritka. Bill 23, 25, 80, that got ilikilang nalikitka got table documents. Nikitay hugay got ugot ako fifarne akut Twin Lake ni himilang nakat himirnyarat kapirak Frame Lake minya kalang naktok Bill 80 tamna Malaroteliok table document 974 tamna ilikilak tamna Malaroteliok tautungnal tautuk to niarat kuyanak taimalang niaktut anu utipakarut kuyanak. Thank you.
I call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 80, Dental Hygienist Profession Statutes Amendment Act. I will ask the sponsoring member of the bill to provide opening remarks. MLA for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Bill 80, Dental Hygienist Profession Statute Amendment Act, amends the Dental Auxiliaries Act and the Health and Social Services Professions Act to require the Minister to recommend to the Commissioner regulations.
Mukhang lang niyarit ka ukot kanok kot tabak tok tam na kikuti kiwutinun tam na habakti hygienist nik mika daihuga toga dental hygienist kanok tap got kanok kanakput oral health nik daihuga kanok aneranak oral disease nik daihuga to got kanok kigutinika nakungitchonika kanokleka anneranaka tai nakun taina kigutin kun nakungitchonan kanonek patit kanok about the parung taina kanok tap got araki inyi tabra connecting na ko hinyak luita got hygienist nik daihu gay tap got kanok na ko hinyak luita tabra habak para ugalak aglan kanok akihurok kanok taina habak tay naka kigutinun akihurok kanok pinya kaming hama haperanyak tok ila ni pilait kait tap ko ikayulait kait ninyuit tabra pinya liting tabra ila ni pihurut got tap got kigutinika habak tot hygienist nik daihuga kanok tap got health and social service tabra habang nakaluak tot kanok ikayor nakaluak ikayoy nakaluak tot kanok aglan inya ni haperanyak tok kanok kanok ablamata kanok akihurok kanok leka inuit tamar got kihutingit nakungit chota awlamata tamna akihurok kanok awlanak kanok.
But on the ground, this means outside of Yellowknife, dental providers offer dental services in short blocks of time where services are triaged, starting with dental emergencies.
Tapkot ablak to tabra kihurok kanok pinyak kaming. Kanok pinyak patakuta nek patigita tapkot kugi got habak to taina hygienist nik daihuga tapkot kigutinik habagurot kanok pinyanek but tapkot tabra tapkot habang nakaluak nani got kigutinik habagurot kanok Bill 85 tamna pinyakalaktok uhima tapkot inyuit ikayakonak kangit tapkununa Bill 85 tamna kangikpan tabra kanok kabaktotain pit kugalwar nut kugalwari ka maunga habag yakluting maunga kanok nekpat hukwat kanok habang nektotain na kigutinik hygienist tay hugay tapkot kigutinik habagurot tamna malawataliok Bill 85 niktay huga tamna kanok kangikpan tabra nakugil nayakalwaktok aglan habag tarigat huli tamna kanok tamna kanok lekha paprinyaktut I don't know tapkot paprinyaktut habang naktot kanok tapkot kanok habang takivlugit kanok tapkot hugot healthcare niktay hugay tapkot kanok munakinyak inyong nik kanok hugot kanok habang nakalwaktok tamna kuyanak para ikwat hugot ikayaktit tabra hugot ikayakaptinga taykok barak kuyanak Deputy Chair tamna kanok MLA for Great Slave tamna Bill 80 kanok malakong ni taygwaktak tamna Bill 80 May 12, 2023 tamna Bill 80 hugot kigutinik habaktit hugot kanok tawdukta yata tapkot oral hygienist niktay hugay tapkot ukanik habaktit tapkot nakukinyakluit kanokoleka ukangit nakungitshot hugot tawkang kanok aulak mata kanok tapkot akiliranaktok aglan tamna nakunginakok kanok tapkot inyuit akilirurot aulak kaming kanok kigutiting nakukinyakluit kanok habang nakpatay na August 3rd, 2023, tapgot habaw takiligin niya ka kanok nakukanyak luwit kanok uhima tapgot dental hygienist habang niyak to at mani kanok ingmingnik habak niyak lutin. Kanok tapgot habang niyak pat kilometer kuding. Ogot tao ka kanok leka kayok tayo para kuyanak. Twin Lakes, Quinnock. Bill 80 tam na hama.
There's probably not many of you that sat in a room with a child waking up post-anesthetic after oral surgery. In my first career, coming out of the nursing program, being a frontline nurse on the floor, that was one of my duties, was to, when we had dental day, was we would try to get as many kids through the operating room as possible to deal with the teeth that are rotting in their head. You know, these are 2-year-olds. And sometimes they're back again when they're 8 years old for the same procedures on the remaining teeth. There are so many children that are going through oral surgery, unnecessary oral surgery, because of the lack of services in our small communities and our regional centers. And people that are developing these laws and these, you know, and making sure that this is being done, don't live in those communities, so they don't see it. And that is why I feel that we can't wait any longer. We can't wait. You know, we as a committee, we compromised. We wanted it done now. We want this done now. We wanted it done this assembly. So we're compromising with, you know, waiting 2 to 3 more, like another 2 years. I think that's in the bill is what we compromised. You know, and I think any one of us in this side of the House, if it was said you want to put this in the operating budget to get more money so that the health could get this done, we would say get it done, because it's going to save us money in the long run.
Aurot kaningit tayo na kaki nakalak to tapgot nakokanyak lugita okakanak.
But we've normalized it in the territories. This is not okay, this is not acceptable, and we need to do better.
Okay. Tam na got Bill 80 paid nakuneriga nakuareneriga tabra kangya nakirok taiko Great Slave kuyanak. Kanok got about tari kanro about tari kangat tam na kanok okay.
Working. Everybody's trying to get into dental appointments. So just because they didn't come and initiate this program does not mean they didn't show interest. And every single one of them told us this would be a great thing. I had a dental cleaning in the meantime while this bill was going on, and my hygienist told me she used to work independently in the South and didn't understand why she wasn't able to do so here in the North. Another reason we were given was that there needed to be time to do culturally appropriate standard operating procedures and protocols. However, standard operating procedures for this type of work are available across Canada, and that includes in the other 2 territories, I'm sure. So to me, it would have just been a matter of taking things that already exist and adapting them for our territory. To put it off as waiting for it to be done in a culturally appropriate manner when all it is doing is impacting Indigenous children is quite laughable, actually, to me. When I look at that as a reason, we're going to, in the meantime, sacrifice the confidence and the self-esteem of Indigenous children. I've seen children in this house, pages come in, who smile like you wouldn't believe at me until the camera comes out. And when it's time to take the picture, the teeth go away because they don't want people to see their teeth being recorded looking at the way that they are. I noticed that because I tried to take a picture a couple times with a young page who I knew his family, and he wouldn't smile the way he'd smiled the whole week before. I've had braces, I've had numerous fillings, I have teeth that are not great. I can thank my dad for that, and I can tell you that has impacted me as a person my entire life to have had teeth that didn't feel like everybody else's and were not the same. And I am lucky because I had parents that had benefits. I had orthodontics, I had cleanings, I had everything. So how do you have that when you have poor health already because you're living below the poverty line given that everything seems...
Kanok tapgot kigutini kavaktit kanok pinyakpat. Ugot yani about the hugay tapgot kigutinik isuakanyakliting. Ugot kanok. Ugot tak narani hamma. Kanok kigutit munarinyak pingitshot inuit tapgot havaktit kigutinun taina munaringit kait inuit inaurani inauralani tapgot munaringit kait kanok isuakkanyak parung taina habang niaktot kanok isuakkanyak toak taina ukot munaraniak lugitap kot inuit kigutinik nakungitsot kanok pinyakpat. Kuyanak. Tamna Waikiki Center. Bill 80 tamna tautung niya ukakalang niya kota kanok tamna Bill 80 kanok kigutinin habaktit ukakanel lagtit ka. Ukota ka kanok kanok habakto taina nakokanyaklugit kanok leka tapkot inuit kigutingit habang naktot kanok nakokanyak patigit kanok kuyanak kanok ukot kigutanin habaktit dental services niktay hugay tapkot kanok ikayoktit kigutinun habaktit kanok habanginiakpat tayo tak kanok nagkukanyak tam na habang matatay na. Ugataw ka kanok pinyakalokat nagkukanyak tayo na habang niyakalo kahit agalan. Ugat kanok tapkat contract nigtay hugay habang malaro taliyok tit kanok nagkukanyak tapkat kiutinik habak tit kanok tapkat kanok leka nagkukanyak nakanyak nuni kanok tapkat kiutinik habaktit maungaktil luni kanok habaktin niyak luitain na kanok tapkat ugat niyak tot ikayoklugi tapkat midwife niktay hugay tapkat tapkat tawka malaro taliw tabra maling naktot kanok nagkukanyak tapkat kuyanak mampuimin ukalang niyaktok. Bill 83 tam na nagkugilakit ka riga aglan tam na kanok ikayuy hurot kanok lika nagkukanyak kanok uhima tam na tayo na kigutingit nakuniyaktot kanok ikayornak luit nutakat kain tayo na hygienist niktay hugay kanok tapkat habak titay na nagkukanyak luit tapkat habak tayo na dental hygienist niktay hugay kanok kiyutin habak tapkat pipka nekluit kanok habak tin nekluit tayo na inawar ni kanok leka ikayor nekluit ni takkat tapkat tab na awlang mataktaw ka kanok akihurok kanok akilinyak pa rin kanok awlang mata tapkat inyuit kanok tapkat pinyakpat nagkuhakanirayo tabratam na Bill 80 malaro taliyok na kuyanak here of South Tambra kalang niyaktok tam na Bill 80 tabra nagkuhakigalakit ka tapkat kihutinin habang naktok tam na ukat tabra nagkuniyaktok tayo na ukat habak tita kihutinun nagkuniyaktok kay matatapkat kikundinun habak tit hapkat nitakkat nagkuniyaktot na kalunin inyay tak kigutingin tamun munakinak tut. Ukota ka kanok habang matatay na kigutinun got ublupak tap got got ublupak akehok parak to kanok kigutinun habaktit tay na akehok parak to kanok leka habang mata kigutinun got kanok tap got ugot tam na Bill 80 tam nakuginara kangil laga lakyung yanak
MLA for Sabacha.
Tabacha minukalang nerto kuyanak Fort Smith Tabernito kanok regional center miktay huga tam na
since I think way before Christmas of last year. That's a large community, and you know, we have a lot going on there, and I'm very concerned about the dental services that we need in that community, and have you know, the absence of the oral health that is required, and you know, and we have to also look at the whole issue of ways of life and people.
Hukata kanok tap tuminga tap wa Fort Smith uba inek pa rock the hell the regional center kanok tayo na kigutinun habang nakpat habang niyaman nika ukot kanok habaw tariyalo kay tap ko iswa kanyak tot ingming yun kanok lun ni kigutin ka habak tot tam na pichok ikayok tichok tayo na kigutin yun habak ti tayo na kanok tam na kigutin ni habak tot pichok tayo na kanok tam na Bill 80 na kuwari na riga YK North Frame Lake kuyanak ukot tap kot kanok nuchim matatay na kanok nakorit ka tap kot habang matatay na kuyanak tuniday waliday akalang niyaktok kuyanak Caitlin Cleveland tayo ko para ka kanok tam na bilidip daw ka nagwari na kaya kanok tam na Bill 80 kangit tila kupyong nakunayaktok.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oh, pardon? Hey, my apologies, committee. Does the sponsor wish to bring in witnesses?
Yes.
Must see Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the house. Must see.
Tamna Kate Stephen, MLA for Cam Lake, Tamna. Christina Duffy. Mikayak Tinek. Mikayak. Class 1. Nagwaka na Drew. YK North. Kaya lang. Tamna class 1. Nika Daihuga Tamna Kanuka Pinyak Padrung Tamna Pinyak. Pinyak Tanga 2025 me. Kanuka Pinyak Pad Uvlupak Kanuk Pinyak Padrung. Una Miss Duffy. Ang kalang niya ako. Ukwata tamna malero talit. Tamna malero talit. Pinyak tak 2025 me. Kaya na. YK North Tamna. Kanokka tamna Okakabihung tamna December 2025. Mi tamna Pinyaktak. Hanam Pinyak Parung tamna. Tamna 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 habang naktok hibuhugalak tok aglan pinyaktok nakurok tapgot $50,000 dun hamma hippalik kanok pinyak parung. Habaw takanyakatay na kanok bukwat daw ka kanok nakukanyak to kigutingit dyan inuit kanok kaningit nakukanyak to nagukik hinyakait kaya nak Great Slave tamna Bill 80 kanok tapgot habaw takanyak luit kanok kiwitinin habaktit pinyak padung tayo na kanok habang niyak tayo na kanok leka tamna kanging niyak luit tamna Bill 80 kuyanak. Kuyanak. Kanok aulak mata kanok akihinyak akiyak pat kanok tamna kanok hibun mo na aulak pa kanok nayak padung tamna habang mata kiyutin yung kanok nayak padung kuyanak. Kuyanak. Kanok kanutin tamna pivat kanok haperanyak kebat kanok tapgot pingin mata tapgot kanok kanutin hamma akilyak kirok akilyak kirok.
Kamli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in the early days of this work, when
kanok kama aki hupel laktok kanok aulak mata kigutinun pinya sokinyak luit tapgot hamma aulak to tuta maungalunin yalanay mun nagalunin tawang harag Edmonton mo kanok Bukat kanok tapgot kanok kiwitunun habang niyak to kanok pinyak parung kanok ikayaw niyak pati tapgot inyuitay na kiwitinik habak tinyak to kuyanak. iniitaqtaamna Health and Social Services uqal Bill 80 taamna tutqikkaarlugu taina taamna peerlugu December 1st 2025 taamna August 1st 2027 nullugu taamna Bill 80 2025 taamna peerlugu July 31st 2027 nullugu qanuqqa taamna agla ilangit piernat Health and Social Services Bill 80 tabra truth malung ni hamma havak havautarigat malung ni ukimni kanok tap kat havang neak parung tamna nakokanyaklu kanok tap kat kiyutining havak tot mani bichut organization mikta himkay taina ukat tauchikun havak tot tamna tap kat kanok nakokanyaklu kanorleka havak tot kiyutinun tamna nakungit kaloktok kanok malawtaliok nakokanyaktok nayak khiloktok kanok nakune nakuro kun havang neaktot kanok pilugit ukat tau ka kingutinun havang neaktot kanok hygiene profession tap kat kanok nakokanyak lugit havang neakaloktot ukat havak para kaloktot kanok nakokanyak lugit kanok havak tot taina kiyutinun tap kat malarotaliut havautarigaloorai tap kat kanok nakokanyak lugit taina nakokanyak lugit taina tap kat havak tot kiyutinun malarotaliut tap kat nakokanyak lugit 2027 tamna kuyanak tamna pinyakigalok to 2025 mi na chungit kalok neriya 27 mun 2027 kanok havang nakirok tamna kanok leka nakokanyak lugit kanok kiyutiting havak tinyak tangit pillarut pilligaloarai tamna Pillagalwakai tamna kanok pihungit pat ok. Kita habak tuat tamna habak takanya kalwakat tabra haparnyaktok. Tap kat IRC habak tariganagkat tamna kanok kiutinun habang nyaktot kanok iswakanyak luit kanok kiutiting nagkokanyak kamilung kanok habang nyaktot taina kanok kanok tamna nakwaganing kiga taiku Camlik kuyanak nalakta alawarit ka tapkot ihumangit tapkot inyuitan mikiruta tapkot habang naktota habaguro taina kiutinun tapkot habagtot taina kanok Ali. Sorry.
And that's where I think that some of the conversation about bringing in some additional supports, both to support the work that would be required of the department in order to draft these regulations, and also bringing in some additional supports from elsewhere in order to kind of
kanok tutkikarnerluitap kot kanok kiutinun habaktit kanok ikayornerlugittaok alaki nai mikirutap kot habaktot mani ukot ikpakraka tutkorner katka ukot tamna tapkot kigutanun habak takparat kanok ivakleraloaqtun kanok habagunak patapkot tabani harok tapkot ingirrugaluagit ka taina kanok ikayo ner nibluta kanok ingirrugaluaqtunga ukotaok kanok tapkot ikayo ner pati tapkot nutakhat nagalunin inyay tapkot kiutiting nakungitsot kanok ner pat utakkayupi okay tauk malaroteliortit malingnartut kanok pihukkuming tabra pihukkuming tabra nalaktuarna qalaq kanok pihuktot Ukata habang niyak to kanok ukata kanok tam na ukanik nakukinyak to kanok oral hygiene miktay hugay to kwat ukanik nakukinyak to kanok kiutiting aukpay lang mat aukpawrak mata kanok tam na ukanik ukangit nakukingay lok kuyanak frame lake min ukota ka kanok apeksul lagi lagu law clerk tam na malaro kangir na kangir
The first part of the bill, not the second part, which is where you would remove the Dental Auxiliaries Act application, but thanks.
Member for Frame Lake, we can't entertain any questions while the motion is on the floor. Okay, to the motion, MLA Frame Lake.
All right, so I don't know, Chair, Mr. Chair, I would like to.
Ukota mga regular MLA tam na MLA kaluku.
The next part of the bill that actually move
na lugu tap ko kanok pinyak padrong
and I don't.
Tam na tabay sa matikap ko. Tabay minyo hitaram kanokulugo tam na himmahara rok tani himmahara niyak parong. Tabay na pagmapagtam na kinya apakroolago to apakrok takraka nalupkagiga. Why not me? Kuyanak. Tabay na matkuninga kiguta kangit chunga kanokit toni kinalo MLA gurod matkodit na kanok titaw tikrangin ni ko kautigin kita man na. Tabay na okaw kanya kaka. Kanokologi tamat kodit na habaw takanyak tilakrangit isumati kapke. Tabay na nalop kailariga. Tabay tok tayo na piyangit kalawang naktagod. Tam na nalaw nakitsyung nakikpot. Tabay tok tamat kodit na. Ukto kakalagpot tam na. Yeah. Kap ko tabra 2025 mi tamat ko din ukto kakalagpot pitigi. Kuyanak. Kanak tabra tam na isumatigim miga Momfrimin. Kuyanak kakte. Tabra tamat nutakhat nutakara di na pinya na piakto di lokating. Tamat nutakhat. Tabra tauki na tamat di na nakpang ni nutakarat atirut wapting ni kiruanin inyuni akto hani. Tabra tamat di na nutakabutin na kiyo hekeroani pekaktuk raw piaktut inaurap tingni. Hok inek pang mikiheni mani yellowknife mi inek pang mi kanok ing mikihiming tay na kiyo hekeroakakpat. Kuya nakpak. Ini Victorian Lake ni. Kaya nak. Tabraw na nakuha ka biyang itiya. Kanok ka minihitak tam na okaw tiyimik ka nga. Tabraw mikiruani na muna karakalay tsugut kaniptigun. Kanak put una munakilait kat. Kiyo tibut kihenik. Tait na tabraw na ukwatit na ikayok tima tamat kwatit na ukaw tigilakalwa kakagait. Tabraw tait na.
Will service our small communities, our regional centers.
Kanakul tamat kwatit kayo ni akpatigit kaningin tigun matkod nutakhat. Tam na tabra nagakto kaya wanga. Ito akingin minya kaya nutin niya kangat. Kaya hukpat tabra ilo kating. Nagakto kamig pitpa. Tamat kwat taman na hunyag kumitsong kihut hunyagi warung tamna pihungit padung tapi tam ko lo kating nakuha niya padung na tapi malako tugulet na ilo kating nakuha niya padung. Pingayot. Ilo kating nakuha niya padung. Tabraw kuat malakotaliak tam na pingayot tagok rangat. Bill 80. Tabraw tamat kwatit na malakotaliak tam na pinyak tilakan alap kanyak tokogulan. Tabar tam na nakuha niyak parang ilo kating tam na kiyo hakiroti kun okaw kakbut. Kaya nakpak. Tabar kuat anichuti lagi munakriram una time ako na ha time lang niya yeah himahol lang niya kato na ukak tikting Okakte, Nugupayao Utakapta, Tabernia Kapinyak Tokyanakpak.
I now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 973-19 brackets 2, the 2024-2025 capital estimates. I will remind the members that we concluded consideration of all the detail within the document on September 29th. Does the Minister of Finance have any remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am obviously in support of the capital estimates for 24-25.
Really?
I am. I'd like to give you some details as to why and to the process by which we've arrived here today. These estimates, Madam Chair, propose a total investment, as you know, of more than $361 million for infrastructure in the Northwest Territories. And they continue the work that's already being completed on a number of key infrastructure projects across the Territory. This includes some large-scale infrastructure needs, like the replacement of the Frank Channel Bridge, the extension of the Inuvik Runway, and the construction of a territorial fire centre, while also still supporting smaller capital projects in communities across the Northwest Territories. I want to reiterate how much of the planned infrastructure expenditures are supported by federal infrastructure funding programs, with almost 53% of this capital budget being eligible for reimbursement under federal programs. We know that capital investments, such as capital road work, provides ongoing work for small and medium-sized businesses across the Territory. And on the topic of roads, Madam Chair, I would note, in looking back over the last 3 capital budgets, the percentage of the capital budget that's being spent on roads that resupply and maintain our transportation connectivity across the Territory that is larger than many European countries, the percentage has in fact decreased every year, including to this year. I am pleased that once again these capital estimates continue to address capital work that is realistic and achievable within a departmental cap of $260 million, while addressing priorities and needs of residents through established funding streams. On top of that, such as biomedical and information technology, as well as preserving funding available for planning to ensure that our future capital budgets are built on well-planned and carefully vetted projects. This also provides better accountability for the projects that are moving forward, because a stronger review process that involves and engages all departments is better equipped to ensure that the needs of the Territory as a whole are considered. There's also less room for one person or one interest to move something forward that does not reflect a fair assessment of the risks and needs affecting the whole Territory. Madam Chair, this is the 8th budget that I have put forward in my role as the Minister of Finance, the 4th capital budget. The process for both capital and mains is similar. It includes an in-camera briefing with committees, followed by ongoing in-camera discussions between the Chair, Deputy Chair, Standing Committee on Accountability of Oversight, and myself, all aimed at finding consensus towards the passing of the budget, be it the mains or capital. This process is one that I believe reflects the values of consensus government. We share significant information with members of the House and discuss collectively what changes should be made to better reflect or advance priorities on behalf of the people of the Northwest Territories. In our recent discussions, many people's attentions are quite reasonably still on the impacts of the wildfire season and resulting evacuations. However, I will note I am not able in a capital budget to increase operations budgets. In some past years, I made commitments during the capital process to bring forward an operational supplementary appropriation, but being at the end of the 19th Legislative Assembly, there will not be any further operations supplementary budgets done or by the 19th Legislative Assembly. That said, I can commit or redirect resources that are already available in department budgets. And I am pleased to announce that the GNWT is committing a total of $200,000 to support food banks and organizations that support food security in communities that were affected by evacuations this summer. We understand the impacts the wildfires and subsequent evacuations have had on residents and on communities who were hosting residents, many of which were already food insecure. The response to the GNWT wildfires and evacuations was comprehensive and substantial. We assured there was accommodations, food, basic amenities, and travel supports. And we've also put $550,000 towards nonprofit organizations who are often better placed to help individual residents with specific or personal needs that may have made them less able to rely on the supports that were otherwise available to all residents. Hopefully, these additional funds now to assist with food security will also help local organizations assist with individual needs. Madam Chair, I am also very pleased to share with this House that the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment is expanding its support for businesses impacted by the wildfires and evacuations by increasing the amount of funding available under its Support for Entrepreneurs and Economic Development program up to $2 million. The maximum amounts available to businesses will double for Yellowknife businesses, go to $15,000 for Fort Smith, and up to $20,000 for Hay River and Kadladiche First Nation, reflective of the length of times that each were under evacuations orders over this summer. Further, the period of eligible expenses will extend 2 weeks past the end of an evacuation order. A formal announcement of these details will be out as soon as possible, and the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment will work directly with businesses who may want or need to see a revision of any previous applications or amounts received. These additions are yet another result of consensus government. Earlier in the life of the 19th Legislative Assembly, through the consensus process of discussing and negotiating every one of our budgets, we have collectively advanced other important initiatives, such as the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund, increases to Housing NBT's operations and maintenance programs, and some of the initial funding for the homelessness strategy, just to name a few. What is common throughout all of this? We are able to act collectively to increase funding strategically. We all have residents that we represent with needs that are not uniform across the whole of the Northwest Territories. And there are communities, and we all represent communities, in some cases we represent several communities, with needs that again are often different from one to the next. But we are collectively able, when we work together, to find areas of sufficiently common concern or agree on areas where the need is greater. I'm proud to have been part of the consensus government of the Northwest Territories that has been so consistently represented throughout budget negotiations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Do the Minister wish to bring witnesses in?
Chair.
Thank you. Do any members have comments? Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a few things I guess I want to say that having sat this 8 years on this side of the House, one of the few points of leverage that regular MLAs have is in budgets, and both on the capital and O&M side. And, you know, I think regular MLAs can and should and do use that leverage to negotiate what we believe sometimes should be priorities for our residents as well. Sometimes we maybe have a slightly different take than our colleagues on the other side, but that's how consensus government is supposed to work. People don't elect us here to agree with each other. They elect us here to get work done and try to find ways to work together. I do want to say that it's been a privilege to represent the regular MLAs for at least probably two years in the budget negotiations with the Minister of Finance. It was definitely a lot more collegial in this assembly than it was in the last, and dare I say, at sometimes even fun, if you can believe it. So, no, I, you know, very seriously, I think it's been a good collaborative process on the budgets that I've been engaged and involved on in this assembly. We have a responsive finance minister who's prepared to go out and do work and work with her colleagues on the cabinet side. And likewise on my side, I bring you know, reports back to colleagues on my side of the House, and you know, we've managed to reach agreement on a bunch of additions to agendas or to budgets. We even managed to agree on cuts in one case. I think it was the travel during the COVID pandemic as well. So we, you know, it's not that we're always asking. Sometimes we try to find ways to save some money to pay for some of the things that we would like to add into the budget. And I would say that the things that we tend to try to add into the budget are for the residents of all of the Northwest Territories, because that's why we're here. We do represent our constituencies, but when we try to secure improvements in programs and services, it's for all of our residents. So I want to thank the Minister for the commitments that she's made in terms of it's no secret. Members on this side of the House have raised a number of situations and experiences of our residents. Over half of our residents were evacuated. And I think it's fair to say that most people are quite thankful that we got evacuated. They're thankful for the work that people did to stay here and save our communities. But in some cases, residents didn't always get the supports that they needed when they were away. And in the cases of businesses, they've come back and they need our help now to try to recover. Some of them had not quite even recovered from COVID. So I do want to express my personal appreciation and thanks for the work that the Minister has done, certainly within her own department with ITI, on expanding the SEED program, increasing the amount of assistance that's available to communities, making it a tiered approach so that the communities that are more affected for a longer period of time, those businesses can access more money. I think the increase in food security is helpful. Perhaps it could have been more, but it's a help. But I think it did highlight the need for some more work, perhaps in the next Assembly, on food security. The expansion of the period that can be covered, the eligible expenses that might be considered, those are all good things. And I would encourage the Minister to, and I know that she would do this, is to encourage her staff to actually reach out to applicants that are already in the system, to work with them proactively to ensure that they can maximize the funding that they can receive under this expanded program. So the one area that I guess I would have appreciated some more from my cabinet colleagues is in making for a more adequate and equitable set of assistance for individual evacuees and their families. I know that the evacuation travel support program, $750 per vehicle, that was a good start. And we can, as the Minister I think has said, we can never make everybody whole again, but I think there's problems with the equity of that program not addressing some people that flew out and those people that were on government charters or drove out and could not receive assistance because of a whole variety of situations, not able to access evacuation centers or the programs and services there, and so on. So a number of us have raised these issues. So I would encourage our cabinet colleagues to continue to do some work on those areas. And of course, all of this is rather unusual because we are talking about O&M expenses in relation to a capital budget, but that's, I think, something that this Assembly has, that the regular MLAs have had successes, not just in capital and O&M budgets, and maybe getting some leeway in the other area, in a capital versus an O&M, but also on policy issues. I think that's something that's been a significant development in this Assembly, and I would encourage the colleagues that come after us as regular MLAs to continue to use the leverage that they have to get policy changes that will improve life for all of our residents. So, Madam Chair, I think that's all the comments I have. Again, my appreciation to the Finance Minister and our Cabinet colleagues for trying to meet some of our interests and the collaborative approach that we've had in place for much of the budgeting in this Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If someone over there who knew would just tell me the price of the estimated building the Tulston Hydro expansion project, I would vote for this capital budget. been asking for 4 years. This House has approved tens of millions of dollars on that project, never knowing how much it's going to cost. I think it's embarrassing for all of us that we're doing this. So one number, and I'll vote in favor of this. I don't even care if I like the project. I just want the number. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair, I know that the members did receive the preliminary business case back in May of 2022, so I realize that that is a number. I don't know if that's a good enough number, but if the MLA wants to look back at his materials, he'd certainly find a number in there, add a little inflation, and maybe he'll vote for the capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, member for Yellowknife North?
Sorry, this is a question. I think that's a 2014 number, but so now I'm talking about a confidential document and trying to get clarification on it in a public sitting as we vote, which we're not allowed to do according to our rules. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Did you have any further comments? Okay. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate, I guess, what the minister had to say about the additional funding and the tiered approach for those communities that were impacted by flooding and fires over the past 16 months. You know, it's not going to fix everything, because you know, when I look at it, you're probably looking at, even if you look at $1,000 a day lost in revenue, and you know, and in Hay River people have been out for, you know, up to two and a half months. And then you take the time in to sort of go in and get your business back up and running, and then you have to entice your clientele to come back. So you're looking at, you know, upwards of probably a loss of, you know, $100,000 for some businesses, and you know, it's going to vary, but it is a big chunk of change. So when we are talking the amounts that she noted, it's not a lot. It's something though. And I'm hoping, and you know, I encourage the minister as well to go out there to the federal government and continue, you know, pounding the table, and you know, I'll do it from this side as well with our MP, and see what we can do, because right now, you know, we look at Hay River. We've had you know, we had issues with with the fires and the flooding, and now we've got issues with low water. So Hay River, I think, at the end of the day, is going to have to reinvent itself. Manufacturing is a big thing, and right now our manufacturing sector is pretty well being decimated as well. So, but you know, I'm glad that the department is going in the right direction, and cabinet is going in the right direction. At least we're not going backwards. But again, like my colleague said, you know, funds there for some of the people who did take the initiative to go out on their own. And especially, you know, those in Hay River, you know, I talk about them because they're the ones that had to, you know, that went through the fire. They're the ones that, you know, lost vehicles. They're the ones that almost lost their lives, lost pets, lost livestock. And, you know, it was a pretty scary ordeal. And, you know, I'm just lucky I didn't have to go through it. I was fortunate to be in the community. I guess for that, most of the evacuation, I was on the list of, I guess, the essential or non-essential, essential workers for not only Hay River, but for Enterprise as well. And I was able to, you know, use some of the skills that I had, operating equipment, setting up camps. I even, you know, swept the floor in the airport, and replaced some of the toilet paper and stuff like that, so people had that in the morning. But you know, so everybody, you know, any MLA could have done that. And but it's, you know, at the end of the day, we gotta help people get back on their feet, and the only way to do it is usually money and other programs as well, that whatever we can do, and that would be through, you know, ECE, DAP, and that. So yeah, so that's it. Thank you. It's just comments.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Are there any other comments? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment, and I want to thank the Minister of Finance and the Cabinet for making sure that the Fire Centre is going to be constructed for the community and for the Northwest Territories. After this fire season, I think it's extremely important that we save all the data and we support the people that work in that center. We have some really incredible staff in that center, and they work for the whole Northwest Territories and helped with the first responders, especially with making sure that our communities were safe this summer. And we went back to our homes, some of us. Some lost homes, and I'm very sorry that that happened to some of the communities. Finances must be a tough job, because I know how it is when things are, not all in the black, and you have to decide on what is important and what isn't. And I'm sure that people all when this budget was put together, that people thought about it very carefully. And of course, I like the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Are there any further comments? Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, I just want to again thank the Finance Minister for this, because I think this is the final payment for my school, so I'll be in support of my budget for Mangalalak School in Tuck, and there's couple other few projects in the communities I represent, and just thank you for all the consideration and all what we've been through with that project. And I just really hope in the next go around we get two trailers for the portables. Wanted 4, but they said they'll give me 2, but I'm still waiting. But just for that in itself, I'm going to be supporting the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't go on and on about the budget either, but I just wanted to say that one thing that I really like about this budget is all the road work that's in it. And what I really, really like about the roads and bridge work is a lot of it is 100% funded. And I think, and we'll give kudos on that. I think anytime we can bring in 100% dollars to our territory, it's only a good thing. And also just to point out, we can't take road money and build houses with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, does committee agree that you've concluded consideration of table document 973-19 brackets 2 2024-2025 capital estimates? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that consideration of table document 973-19 brackets 2 capital estimates 2024-2025 be now concluded, and that table document 973-19 brackets 2 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is just being distributed. Sorry, I always jumped the gun on that one. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Table document 973-19 brackets 2 will be reported as ready for consideration in the formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Minister of Finance.
You know what, Madam Chair, since you've turned it back to me, I was remiss to not thank yourself and the chair of AOC more directly. It actually has made the process, let's go ahead and say, fun. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you. Committee, thank you, Minister. And there's no witnesses, so we'll continue on with our next item. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024. And I will remind the members that we considered all of the detail within the document on September 29th, Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, this is an unusual supplementary estimates request following a very unusual and I hope unique summer for the Northwest Territories. Low water levels have made the annual barging resupply much more costly. Low water levels have also meant that we've been burning more diesel to provide electricity throughout the Northwest Territories, which is much more costly to the GNWT. And meanwhile, early in the season, flooding also required emergency response. Madam Chair, these emergency costs alone would not have required this supplementary request or supplementary estimates because we build in contingency when we put forward a proposed borrowing appropriation at the main estimate stage. In fact, even adding a difficult fire season would not have led to this request. However, the dryness we're experiencing has contributed to the worst wildfire season we've ever experienced and led to multiple evacuations for Hay River and Kevladiche First Nation, and then ultimately to the evacuation in total of almost 70% of the population from 8 different communities, with most having to cross into other jurisdictions. Madam Chair, this summer was beyond being merely difficult. This level of emergencies, and the amount of financial output required to pay for the emergency responders, for example, and emergency services was extraordinary. Therefore, to ensure that we continue to have adequate cash available to pay all of the invoices that will be coming in over the next few weeks, we are requesting this supplementary borrowing appropriation in order to provide a cushion. This supplementary request, to be clear, is not a new approval to incur additional expenses. It is only to ensure that we would have the cash available to pay the bills that we have already been approved to incur. For example, during our one-day emergency session, the Legislative Assembly approved an appropriation to the Department of Environment and Climate Change for $75 million to support the wildfire suppression costs. In order to ensure that we can pay all of the contractors and suppliers in cash, we are requesting this supplementary appropriation to the borrowing. This request does not necessarily mean that we will end the fiscal year with significantly more debt than what was originally projected. We are expecting an advance from the federal government under the Disaster Assistance and Financial Arrangement, which will provide a significant cushion to our cash balance. We do not, however, know exactly when that cash will be received. We do continue to monitor all of our expenses and revenues regularly, as we always do, as well as monitoring departmental variances as we have through the floods and previous fires, and as the costs will come in from the summer season, that work will continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, did you wish to bring witnesses for?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any comments? For Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I've got a couple questions if I can. Is this a one-time increase or is this a permanent increase to the borrowing limit? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, this is not an increase to the borrowing limit. I'm happy to clarify that. So the borrowing limit that's imposed by the federal government is separate and apart, and I certainly do not have the authority to increase that, which is imposed by the federal government. And within our fiscal responsibility policy, we created our own internal limit to give ourselves a room that if we come up upon our own internally imposed limit, which is the cushion below the federal limit, that would then trigger within our own processes a requirement to consider what we would then do lest we in fact get to that federal limit. And I can say that quite intentionally, while we wanted to give enough of a cushion so that given the election period and given the blackout period that is associated with it, that the Department of Finance could go about their business paying all of our contractors and invoices. So we've sought a limit that is under our own imposed limit and does not approach the federal borrowing limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, sorry I misspoke. I'm really tired, but is this a one-time increase to the short-term borrowing limit? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also happy to clarify that, Madam Chair. I do think these are all questions that folks may have generally in the public. So the main estimates every year has included upon it is a page that has all of the borrowing. And every year, including when we do the next main estimates process or when the next assembly does the main estimates process, that page will have on it a new borrowing plan. That borrowing plan would take into account our cash balances in terms of short-term borrowing. It would take into account the cash balances that we're at once we know what advances we might have received from the federal government or what other financial supports we might receive from the federal government. So every year we go through this process with main estimates. It considers all of what's coming in and all of what is expected to go out. So the main estimates is where you will see the new short-term borrowing year over year. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think that was a detailed explanation of, yes, this is a one-time increase, but maybe I'll just turn it back to the Minister. Thanks.
Speaking.
Minister?
This is a one-time thing, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, I love clarity. I want to thank the Minister for that. And yeah, it'll be up to the next batch of MLAs to watch that line going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, do you agree that you, sorry, are there any further comments? Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 3 2023-2024? Mr. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 3, 2023-2024 be now concluded, and that table document 974-19 brackets 2 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Table document 974-19 brackets 2 will report it as ready for consideration in a formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Minister. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2, Committee Report on the review of the rules of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly. I will go to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures for any opening comments. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report was read into the record on May 30th, 2023. In 2022, the Speaker, Frederick Blake, twice wrote to the committee regarding the rules and asked the committee to consider various matters including regular member participation on standing committee and special committees, membership on standing committee on accountability and oversight, dissenting opinions on in committee reports, care of infants in the chamber, the rule of Seconds, man. I know, I just almost choked.
We don't want you to choke.
The rule of anticipation, loss of quorum, petitions, committee reporting and under review of bills. The best approach is to make statutory officers' annual reports available to the public and standing committees earlier. Based on these questions, Madam Chair, the committee has made 10 recommendations to address the various matters identified in the review of the rules in the Legislative Assembly in the Northwest Territories. Individual members may have some comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Members, would you prefer to go into each motion? Or, yeah, okay. Do you agree? We can move straight to the motions? Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're gonna, my Rules Committee was so good at doing what we did, we're just gonna pass them all. Thank you.
No, you got to go through the motions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee recommends that the following be added after Rule 4.5. 4.6, the statutory officers of the annual report received the Speaker shall be communicated to the members and made publicly available within 7 calendar days when the House is not sitting. The Speaker will table the report in the House at its earliest opportunity. Question?
Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the following be added after Rule 9.2 brackets 5, 9.2 brackets 5.1. Each regular member shall sit on a minimum of 2 committees in addition of Standing Committee on Accountability Oversight. This includes standing committees on the Board of Management. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have some questions about this. So this is stating that each regular member shall sit on a minimum of 2 committees in addition to the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight. So it says every regular member shall sit on the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight. And so if a member is not sitting on the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight, they're in violation of the rules, I suppose. So I wonder what would be the redress if they were in violation of those rules. I know we don't have witnesses here, but this is just something I wanted to bring to people's attention, given some of the future recommendations. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Member. This is debate on the motion, but it's not questions. We don't have witnesses, so Member for Hay River North.
Yeah, no, I mentioned we don't have witnesses. I just wanted to bring this to the House's attention. I'm not asking any questions as there's no one to ask. Thank you.
To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm not going to try to answer my colleague's question directly, but I guess the expectation coming into an assembly is that regular members who are not on the cabinet side, would sit on 2 committees. There wasn't a requirement, and in this assembly, that didn't happen, which increased the workload for the remaining members. So this is, I think, in response to just try to not just lay out that as an expectation in the future. This is more of a requirement, dare we say, that if you're going to get elected here, you serve as a regular member, you're automatically on AOC, but you have to sit on 2 other standing committees so that we have try to do a fair distribution of the workload. I think it's a good rule, and I'll be voting in favor of it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, I was going to make a similar point to the member for Frame Lake that when this occurred in this assembly, it made for an unequal distribution of work, which is not considerate of the other members. And so it's a shame that we have to set it out explicitly, but I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that the following be added to Rule 9.3, brackets 9, 9.1. If the member of a standing committee on accountability and oversight acts in a manner that warrants discipline, which includes but not be limited to violating any provision of the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act and regulations that deal with code of conduct or with conduct and responsibilities of committee members. Thank you, Madam Chair. Or, sorry, no. B, disclosing confidential committee information without committee approval. C, attending a meeting under the influence of alcohol, cannabis, or any other mind-altering substances. And B, repeatedly absent from the meetings without valid excuse. The committee may be, by majority vote, suspend the member from the committee for a period of 3 meetings in duration. 9.2, if the member has suspended from the committee in a period of time, the chair of the committee will report the suspension to the House under reports and standing and special committees. The committee may at any time recommend to the House that the member be removed and reappointed to another committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just approved a rule saying every member shall sit on Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight. Now this speaks to members being removed from the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight, which would mean the removal of the member would then put them in violation of the previous rule. I'm just a little confused about this. And again, there's no one to ask these questions to, so I'm not quite sure what to do with this, but I guess that's a situation that will arise, or we'll deal with it when it happens. Thanks.
To the motion. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I had the same thought as well. There have been issues in each of the assemblies that I've been a member of with attendance, and it seems counterintuitive to suspend someone who's not coming anyway. But at the same time, it draws attention to the problem that some members are not doing their jobs, and I think it's important for the public to know about that. But having said that, I take the point of the member for Hay River North that we're sort of looking at both sides of the coin here. Thank you.
To the motion, member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, just in regards to the question, it's only the House could remove a member. So it's not removing members, it's just reappointment. The committee may want him off the committee, he'll get reappointed to another committee, and you do a trade-off. So that's, like I said, only the House could remove members. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
No, thanks. The chair of the committee is right. Only the House can remove a member, but that's not what this motion or this rule does. This rule just gives the members of AOC an ability to discipline members if necessary. And it's quite an elaborate process that has to gone through. So it's providing tools to AOC to administer discipline if necessary. That's all this is. Thanks, Madam Chair.
To the motion, member for Nahende.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd just like to add to that there, it also gives AOC some tools. Right now, Cabinet, the tools the Premier has. And the Premier can make those decisions, but AOC would have to bring it to this House to do something. So this gives the tool to AOC to deal with their situation. It doesn't have to come to the House. So that's, and I am supportive of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that the following be added to Rule 9.4 brackets 1.1. One of the more members of a committee may indicate that the dissent of a particular recommendation or comment. Brackets 1.2, a member or members who wish to express the reasons of their dissent may be do not in an appendix but a report. The chair of the committee will establish a reasonable deadline for a dissenting opinion to be shared with the committee members before the report is presented to the House. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that the following be added to the Rule 8.3 brackets 8. Number 9, brackets 9, a bill reported in standing and special committee should not proceed. Shall require the motion be adopted in the House. Consider the bill in the committee of the whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of this motion right now. When committee of the whole wants to deal with their business, the chair calls it, and then we have a vote, and then sometimes cabinet has to, get something on the agenda. We saw it today and a couple times over the last while. I don't know why adding this extra step would occur when it doesn't occur with anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now there already is a vote. There's not a motion, but there's a vote if there's a bill that is deemed not ready to go into committee of the whole. Someone will call that bill if they want, and then the committee will vote whether or not they want to bring it into committee of the whole. So, during this assembly, we have lengthened the amount of time it takes to get through legislation through additional public processes, intergovernmental council processes, the protocols that we've signed, and going forward in future assemblies, that I imagine that time will get longer. And there are instances where we need to get legislation through, or at least have it debated. Give members the opportunity to debate that legislation so that it has the opportunity to go through if that's the Assembly's wish. And sometimes that comes down to a day. We need to get something done by this day, and if we don't get it done by that day, it doesn't get done. And so what we're talking about here could add a day to that process. And so I have a concern that a committee could make a recommendation, and similar to some, going back to some of these other motions we've discussed, sometimes the people doing the work on a committee might be 2 people, might be 2 or 3 people. And so I don't want those 2 or 3 people to be able to deny the Assembly, perhaps, or you put up more roadblocks to the Assembly to do the Assembly's work. So I'm also opposed to this. We have work to get done, and this is just going to extend that timeline for us to do that work, slow us down, and that's not what we need to be doing right now. Thanks.
To the motion. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, this rule is being brought forward because it's a check on cabinet. Anything brought forward in a motion could take up to 1 or 2 days in regards to getting it through the House, and if it's not need going through. So this rule is just brought forward to keep cabinet in check. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's what it's brought forward for.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Like my colleague who serves as chair of the committee, we did talk about this, and I'm not sure I can share my colleague's characterization of committee reports. Committee reports are from a committee. They're not from 1 or 2 members. And believe me, I've seen how hard the clerks work to make sure that there is consensus from committee, and if it needs a majority vote, it gets a vote. Reports are not from 1 or 2 members. They are from a committee. And that's the way that it needs to be interpreted in this House. So I don't feel very good about my colleague's characterization of committee work. But as it was said, this is really about, as I see it, a check on Cabinet's power. If they really want to call a bill, bring it to the House where we can have a formal debate and discussion about it, and a motion to proceed in that manner, and then it's the will of the House. it's not kind of an amorphous discussion in committee of the whole about who's doing what. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. Motion carried. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee recommends that Rule 4.4 brackets 8 be amended by deleting the words Legislative Assembly e-petition site and replacing it with with the words electronic petition site approved by the Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Nunavut.
Sorry, Madam Chair, for that. I'm ahead of myself. Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that the Rule 9.4 brackets 4 be amended by adding the word not after the words committee, but committee of the whole. Shall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that Rule 4.4 brackets 8 be amended, deleting the words Legislative Assembly e-petition site and replacing it with the words an electronic petition site approved by the Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee recommends that Rule 2.3 brackets 4 be amended by adding all remaining business shall stand over until the next sitting day to the end of the existing rule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that Rule 5.6 brackets 2 be amended by adding the following after Rule 5.6 brackets 2 bracket C brackets D shall not refer to any matter on the orders of the day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Chair, I move that the committee recommends that Rule 1.9 brackets 4 be amended by adding the words a stranger does not include an infant being cared for in a member at the end of the rule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I feel like this is the icing on the cake of making this a family-friendly workplace. Just to recap, when I first started working here, if you wanted to change a baby, you had to change him or her on the bathroom floor. That was the only available place. So what a long way we've come from that to actually welcoming babies into the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the member for Yellowknife Centre for the time that she gave of her own personal time, especially before this assembly, in sitting down with people and answering a multitude of questions. I was one of those people that had a lot of questions about how being in this building, especially as a parent with young children, might look. And I really appreciated having that insight. I wanted to add, though, for my colleagues, because it's something that has come up in a lot of conversations and even at Board of Management, is how do you make sure that this building is family friendly. And one of the things that I wanted to add, and hopefully people who are here next time will hear, is one of the things that COVID left behind was our ability to do a lot more meetings virtually. And as chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, my rule was always you take the meeting from wherever works best for you and your family as long as you participate. And I just wanted to add that in here because I think it's really important to be able to hang on to that so that people, especially people from out of town, can still participate. The other thing I wanted to say is that people need to consider if they're having a meeting on a Saturday morning, does it really need to be a Saturday morning, or can it be held on a weekday? So I just wanted to add those in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to answer my colleague's question, no, I won't be now having a baby in order to take advantage of these. my colleague from Nunukput, not Cam Lake, sorry. I did want to echo the sentiments as well that you know, having been a part of this assembly, to have this many women in and to see the changes that have occurred because of that, not only in our procedures, but just some of the things that have happened where the conversations around earrings that we seem to have. We joke that the #1 thing said here in this house sometimes is who made your earrings? And then a clerk coming in and bringing her child and while she was on mat leave was a moment for me that really struck me as a legislator, that this is probably something that has not happened much in the past, and we not only see it in our members, but we're also seeing it in our staff, that there is a lot more representation. And so, yeah, I think it's an exciting thing, and I have to laugh. It's probably one of the most funny worded motions I think I've ever seen, but I love it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Question has been called. Sorry, I just drew a blank there. I'm just thinking about Katrina having a baby, maybe. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of committee report 52-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of committee report 52-19 brackets 2, report on the review of the rules of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly. Committee, we've agreed to consider report 75-19 brackets 2, report on the review of rules of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly number 2. I will go to the chair of Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures for any opening comments. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures delivered a report on the review of rules on the Legislative Assembly number 2 to Assembly on October 3rd, 2023. With the 19th Legislative Assembly coming to conclusion, the committee has reviewed the rules and made 22 recommendations that provide clarity and reflect current practice in the House, streamline administrative functions in the parliamentary process in the Northwest Territories, recognize the adoption of consensus government and process convention on the introduction of enactment, the bills pursuant to the Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol. Individual members may have comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Member, can we agree to go into discussion by each motion? Like, any comments to the motions? Can we go right to the motions? Okay. Thank you. Member for Nunukput.
Okay. Deemed as read. No, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee recommends that the process convention introduction, consideration, and enactment of bills drafted pursuant to Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol be renewed to the 20th Assembly to maintain further development relationships with Indigenous governments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee recommends that when process convention on the introduction, consideration, and of enactment bills drafted pursuant to Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol is renewed, consideration is given further interrogation and the process convention unto the rules in Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that the Rule 1.6 bracket 3 be amended by deleting order paper of the day and replacing it with orders of the day, and that the title of the Rule 1.6 bracket 6 be amended to read distribution of the orders of the day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that Rule 1.6 brackets 8 bracket C be deleted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Rule 1.7 brackets 3 be amended by deleting immediately afterwards or uttered or events occur to rise in the questions and replacing it with earliest opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee recommends that the following be added to Rule 6.1 brackets 2 brackets M brackets N to have the committee report deemed read and printed and answered in its entirety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. The question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee recommends that the wording of Rule 8.2 bracket 3 be deleted and replaced with when the sponsor of the bill presents it to the first reading, the bill will be deemed read it the first time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that Rule 9.2 brackets 5 be deleted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Chair, I move that the committee recommends that Rule 9.3 brackets 5 be amended by adding, with the exception of the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight, 3 members are required for quorum unless the committee terms reference and states otherwise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that committee recommends that Rule 9.3 brackets 2 be amended by adding make the list available publicly afterwards of Board of Management. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Chair, I move that the committee recommends that the wording Rule 9.3 bracket 6 be deleted and replaced with the clerk shall notify all regular members of upcoming meetings to ensure agendas are available publicly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee recommends that wording Rule 93 brackets 12 be deleted, replaced with all members may attend public meetings and standing committees may speak according to any limits imposed on the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like this rule to be called the Kevin O'Reilly Memorial Rule. Thank you.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Rule 9.4 brackets 5 be amended to read, the government will be required to table all comprehensive responses to the committee report, including all recommendations within 120 days or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. A, report requesting and responsive is adopted by the Assembly or the motion adopted by the Committee of the Whole requesting a response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Chair, I move that Rule 9.6 brackets 1 be amended by deleting the discretion of the chair and replacing it with the concurrence of the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Rule 9.6 bracket 5 be amended by deleting through the adoption a motion of approval by the Assembly by replacing it with concurrence of Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Chair, I move that Rule 1.7 brackets 3 be amended by deleting question privilege and replacing it with point of privilege. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Chair, I move that subtitle Rule 1.7 brackets 3 be amended by deleting question of privilege and replacing it with point of privilege. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
1 second, Madam Chair.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that subtitle for Rule 1.7 brackets 5 be amended by deleting question of privilege and replacing it with point of privilege.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, I move that subtitle for Rule 1.7 bracket 7 be amended by deleting question of privilege and replacing it with point of privilege. Thank you.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Move that Rule 3.1 brackets 5 be amended by deleting question of privilege and replacing it with point of privilege. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, I move that the Rule 3.2 brackets 3 brackets B brackets 3 be amended by deleting question of privilege by replacing it with point of privilege.
Motion. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Member for Nunukput.
Madam Chair, I move that Rule 6.1, brackets 2, brackets F be amended by deleting question of privilege by replacing it with point of privilege. So much privilege. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of committee report 75-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We've concluded consideration of committee report 75-19 brackets 2, report on the review of the rules of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly number 2. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that the chair rise and report progress. Merci.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. And it might be my last committee of the whole chair, so thank you.
Order. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole? Order. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole? Member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee was very busy this week, and it's been an honor to chair your committee. Your committee has been considering Bill 80, Table Documents 973-19 brackets 2, Table Documents 974-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2, and Committee Report 75-19 brackets 2. And I would like to report progress with 34 motions carried, and that Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2 and Committee Report 75-19 brackets 2 are concluded, and that Bill 80 is ready for third reading, and that consideration of Table Document 973 and 974 is concluded, and the House concur in those estimates, and that appropriation bill be based thereon be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nivik Twin Lakes. Do you have a seconder? Member for Frame Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Yellowknife South, that Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I recognize it's very late in the day, but I have to go on record as to how I'm going to vote. So I believe that the bill was not particularly well crafted. There was a pause when it was, the minister kind of took it back and went back to Indigenous governments, or tried to do some engagement. So I believe that there was inadequate consideration of Indigenous rights in the development of the bill. I'm concerned that the bill doesn't bind the government of the Northwest Territories, which is the largest contracting authority. What's the point of trying to do a bill that secures wages for contractors and employees if we don't bind this government? That's just wrong, in my opinion, Mr. Chair or Mr. Speaker. I also am concerned that municipal lands are going to be subject to seizure and sale. I don't think that that's appropriate. So, as the minister said it clause by clause, I prefer that it would actually go back and get redrafted so that it could be done properly. The motion to try to get a considered review of the bill also failed. Cabinet opposed that, so that was an opportunity to try to fix it up after a period of time. So for all of those reasons, I don't believe this bill is the best that it can and should be to address the needs, and that's why I'm going to vote against it. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo my colleagues' concerns with this bill. There were a lot of things I think that could have been done differently. I have my regrets for how it all progressed in the sense of we did get bogged down on something, but it was an important conversation to be had. I think it worked well as far as back and forth with the minister and the department. It's just unfortunate for me. I also believe that the bill is not where it should be, and I will be not supporting the bill. However, I want it to become a priority and something that happens really quickly in the 20th with the prompt payment piece included. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River North. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Thabacha. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Nunakput. The member for Tunide-Welliday. The member for Montfouille. The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtoo, the member for Range Lake, the member for Nuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Frame Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Great Slave.
All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 65 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Nahende, that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, merci, Monsieur le Président. Again, I have to go on record as to why I'm going to vote against this bill. I've said, though, that there's good things in this bill. It responds to at least 3 independent reviews that were carried out. That work can and should have been done, quite frankly, years ago. So those are the good parts of the bill. The part that causes me a lot of concern is the name change. And I'm not opposed to the name change in principle. I don't personally think it's a great thing, but I think it's not a good, I don't condone a process, Mr. Speaker, where we start off with a public engagement on one thing, and then all of a sudden something's added into the bill that hasn't received any public engagement. And that's why there's a subtle distinction there, and I guess it's a principled stand, Mr. Speaker, but I can't condone that kind of process for doing public engagement for a bill, and all of a sudden something just kind of comes up at the end. This is not about trying to meddle in what the board is doing. I want an independent board, but I'm just worried about the process that was used to develop this bill and having this jump out at the end. So that's why I'm going to vote against it. I have supported what BDIC has done. I said good things when they were here. I think they're heading in the right direction. That's all good stuff. I just can't condone the kind of process that led to the bill in the form that's before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtooth, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nahende, the Decho, apologies, the member for Hay River South, the member for Tabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunukput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunanay-Willowday, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Range Lake. Frame Lake.
All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 84 is at third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Madame Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to move, seconded by the honourable member of Inuvik Boot Lake, that Bill 85, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday during debate during the Committee of the Whole, I expressed many concerns that I had with the process to getting where we are with this bill today. And a lot had to do with the lack of meaningful consultation that our Premier or Cabinet, the Executive and Indigenous Affairs did not attend the many assemblies to present this to every First Nation group in the Northwest Territories. And many times, many of them were at the Dene Nation assemblies. And this government has never showed up to any assemblies whatsoever in the Northwest Territories with Indigenous groups to have the meaningful consultation. That didn't happen because there were some concerns with certain articles within the document. And those are the things that they wanted to discuss. And after a consultation with the Decho First Nations Grand Chief, and after consultation with the Dene National Chief, who informed me that this UNDRIP was opposed at last year's Denton National Assembly. And having said all that, Mr. Speaker, I will abstain from the vote today. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. A motion is in order to the motion. Member, Madame Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, first of all, say that myself and Cabinet and many of the Council leaders are extremely proud of this bill. I think it is the way of the future. It's exciting, it's scary, it's challenging, and it's about time that we took these steps. I'd also like to clear for the record, Mr. Speaker, I was accused yesterday and today of not attending assemblies. Mr. Speaker, throughout my term as Premier, at any time that any Indigenous organization, government has invited me to their assemblies, if I have been free, I have attended, as with other ministers. If our schedules allow, we have attended. I do not impose myself as Premier into assemblies where I do not get invited. So if I was not invited, then I did not attend. That is just what I was learned growing up as basic manners. Don't go to a party unless you're invited. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to clarify that this was being accused of my legacy. When I first started in this assembly, Mr. Speaker, I never even knew what the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People was. I never put it as a priority. I never knew it. It was brought as a priority of all 19 members. I soon learned what it was and became extremely proud of it and a champion of it as well, because it is the right way. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not, if this is passed, this is not my legacy as the Premier. This is the legacy of this 19th Assembly. This states that we believe in the rights of Indigenous people, and forever I shall be grateful to all members who support this bill and the work that was done on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabatcha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sahtu.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise.
The member for Decho, the member for Tunade Willowday.
The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 0. Just 1 second. 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 85 has had third reading. We'll just say that again. Third reading of bills. Bill 85 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, October 6, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions. Oral question 1578-19-2. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion. Motions, motion 86-19-2, motion 87-19-2. Notice is motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills, second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bills 2375. Committee reports 5376. Minister's Statement 264, table document 681. Report of committee of the whole. Third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, October 6, 2023 at 10 a.m.